Hi, this is Jeremy Howard, and this is episode 1 of my new podcast, Their Life and Work. In this podcast, I'm going to be interviewing people who inspire and interest me. I want to find out all about their life and work because I'm just fascinated by these interesting and inspiring people. Why do a podcast? Well, partly I guess it's a bit of an excuse, an excuse to talk to people that I really want to talk in depth with, but partly because it's kind of how I've lived my life. I always look for things that are interesting and inspiring to do on the basis that maybe other people will find the work I create interesting and inspiring as a result. So I figured, if I find these people interesting and inspiring, maybe some of you will as well. I've been lucky enough to meet a lot of fascinating people in my life, and I guess that's because I've had a perhaps unusually diverse background in terms of what I've done and where I've been. I've founded 5 successful companies, 2 in Australia and 3 in the US, including in medical AI, a company also called Kaggle in the data science space, and nowadays my focus is in deep learning. I run a research lab called FastAI, as well as also being an honorary professor at the University of Queensland. I spent 10 years of my life recently in San Francisco, although originally I grew up in Australia, to where I've now returned. And certainly got to meet a lot of really interesting people during that time in San Francisco, where interesting people seem to flock, which is something really great about it. Nowadays, I'm a dad of a 7-year-old lovely girl who we homeschool. So you'll probably get a sense that the kind of stuff I'm likely to be interested in talking about during these podcasts, the kind of people I'm likely to be interested in talking to, might skew a bit towards folks involved in AI and tech and startups and education and homeschooling, which has lots of links into my first guest. So for episode 1, I'm going to talk to one of the most inspiring people I know, and his name is Tanishq Abraham. Tanishq is only 19, and yet he's already achieved an extraordinary amount in his life. I feel sure he's going to achieve a whole lot more in the coming years, and so I feel very proud that I almost get to be like his first biographer here, telling you a bit about this amazing person and how he's got to be where he is. So what makes Tanishq interesting? Well, I mean, apart from anything else, consider who he is right now and what he's doing. He's 19 years old and he is about to finish his PhD, which is quite extraordinary. And he is about to start his first job as the founding CEO of Medac, a very hot medical AI research group connected to StabilityAI. You might have come across them through all the recent kerfuffle about Stable Diffusion, the very exciting models that can create pictures just from a description. So Tanishq is doing very exciting research and very exciting work. His research is in the area of applying AI to medicine, and specifically to medical imaging in pathology. This is an area I've actually done quite a bit of work in myself. So I've got a lot of connections with Tanishq, not only because he himself was homeschooled and I'm now a homeschooling dad, so I'm very interested in that aspect of things. Also the fact I started a medical AI company, in fact the first company to focus on applying deep learning to medicine, and this is the area of his research. And the area of the company that he will be the founding CEO of very soon. And also the fact that actually the way I first got to know him is that he was a student of FastAI. the courses that I create through my research and teaching group, fast.ai. And so I was quite struck when I first met Tanishq a few years ago. He was one of the youngest people to be doing our courses. Our courses are really actually quite advanced, and they're generally designed for people with quite a bit of background in computer programming and a pretty solid understanding of mathematics. And here he was blitzing our most sophisticated courses as a teenager. In fact, probably he must have been maybe 15 or 16 at the time. So that was very striking. And then, and then I discovered that he's actually, at that age, he had started doing a PhD in an area I was very interested in, with a very interesting supervisor, actually, somebody who I had already known and spoke to during my work. So I was very privileged to get to meet him, and I will say over the years that have passed since then, I've really been amazed to see how he has matured into such a thoughtful young man. And I have the privilege of now getting to work with him, and we do research together. So if you're interested in finding out more about what makes somebody like this tick and how do they get to be in such an extraordinary position at such an extraordinary age, then you will definitely enjoy this interview. His story starts, in a sense, actually, when he was much younger. He was actually getting national attention even as a 9-year-old. He did some amazing things as a very young chap. For example, here he is giving the youngest ever talk at NASA.
My poster topic is about using citizen science programs in studying lunar topography. The 2 citizen science programs I talk about is MoonZoo, which is from Zooniverse, a citizen science web portal, and Moon Mappers, which is from CosmoQuest, a developing citizen science web portal.
So by the age of 9, Tanishq had already been doing some college subjects for a couple of years, and this definitely came to the attention of a bunch of folks. And as a 9-year-old, in fact, he was profiled in a YouTube series called Prodigies. Here's a clip from that to get a sense of what he was doing back then.
We finished chapter 20, but it's a very important chapter, so let's review that today. So anyone can tell me what are the main types of galaxies? Elliptical galaxies. And?
Spiral.
And spiral. About 1 year ago, Tanishq became my student in Astronomy 300, and he ended up the class being the student with the highest grade. Which ones are the most common ones in the early universe?
Irregular.
Irregular. What about today? What kind of galaxies do I find most often?
Dwarf.
Dwarf elliptical, right? How many people do you know at the age of 7 or 8 that can discuss the expansion of the universe? He is different in a positive way.
The most fun thing for him is learning. So sometimes when people ask, what do you do for your fun time? He says, I just learn. And then people just can't understand that.
Tanishq was in my geology lecture and lab class at American River College.
Professor Sterling is actually the one who helped me get into college.
I've taken Tanishq under my wing because he has such potential. His challenges are that he is at an intellect level here, but yet he's still a very kind and happy 8-year-old.
Another thing which really brought him to the attention of folks all around America as a 9-year-old was he was part of the TV show called Child Genius. Here is Tanishq being introduced on Child Genius.
So here's my actual high school diploma.
When you meet your competitors, though, are you going to hide that you graduated from high school?
Why should I keep it a secret? It's already, almost everybody knows it. Yeah, since I just graduated from high school, President Obama sent me a letter.
We're running out of wall space and room space here, putting up all his trophies and newspaper articles. So sometimes jokingly we say we need a museum now for displaying all these things.
Because he started taking college classes when he was very young, 8 years old.
I started going to American River College. I've got almost 45 units. I may only be 10, but I've done some really cool stuff.
His appearance on Child Genius even ended up with him appearing in talk shows such as Conan O'Brien, where he got to show off some of his science jokes.
So.
You have jokes? You have them with you, I'm told.
Yes.
You brought some jokes.
Yes, I brought some jokes.
This will be the first jokes we've heard tonight. Can we hear your jokes?
Okay, so.
These are the kind of jokes you like because they're about.
Yeah, I've got some science jokes, so.
Okay, all right.
Let's hope you understand them. Okay, the first joke is, okay, so why can't you trust atoms?
Why can't you trust atoms? I don't know.
Because they make up everything.
That's good.
But I think part of what has made Tanishq such a tough and tenacious young man is that his interest in learning required fighting at every step. There seemed to always be this assumption that any kid who really wants to learn must have no life elsewhere or must be getting pushed around by their parents or whatever. He gave a TED Talk as a kid in which he started to talk about some of this. Here's a sense of what he was dealing with.
When I started out at 7, taking college classes was just for fun. Later on, I decided to get an associate degree in science and then transferred to a 4-year university. As an advanced education student, you can only take up to 2 classes per semester, and you're last on priority for registration. It's a struggle getting into the classes you want. So far, I've completed about 30 units, but I still have trouble convincing colleges that I'm old enough to become a full-time student. I wonder why that is. Well, here's a reason I hear often. I should enjoy childhood and have fun. For me, learning about particle physics is fun. But I have other kinds of fun as well. In reality, I'm the one constantly reminding my parents that I want to learn more and more.
Now, the reason I'm inspired by Tanishq is not by what he did as a 10-year-old, but by who he is now. He's somebody I work closely with. We chat many times every week, and I've known him for quite a few years. And he's one of the most tenacious and hardworking and thoughtful people I know. And so I thought, I can't think of anybody better to start this podcast series with. And I think hopefully by the end of this interview, you'll have a sense of why this is somebody that I really wanted to get to know and to more deeply understand their life and work. So without further ado, here is my interview with Tanishq Abraham. All right. Hello and welcome, Tanishq Abraham. Thank you so much for joining us. You are my first guest on this podcast, which is both a blessing and a curse. A blessing because you're the first guest on the podcast, and a curse because every podcast looks back to episode 1 and says, oh my God, all the things I got wrong back in those days. So thank you for helping launch us and being a bit of a guinea pig here.
Well, yeah, thank you for having me. It's I'm very excited for this, and hopefully it'll be a very fun experience, and hopefully there'll be many more episodes to come.
I hope so. Or maybe this will be so good that people will be like, no, you don't need to do another episode. That was the platonic ideal of a podcast interview, and everything downhill from there. So just stop.
Yeah.
So Tanishq, just tell us a bit about what you're doing in your life right now.
Yeah. So I'm a PhD candidate at UC Davis in biomedical engineering. My research is focused on applying deep learning to microscopy and pathology. So, medical AI applications. And I've also been working part-time at StabilityAI, also working on various AI research projects and medical AI projects. That's kind of where I am right now. It's been quite busy, but also very interesting and exciting to be, I guess, working at the forefront of AI research. So I think that's very exciting. And of course,
so when you say PhD candidate, you're actually getting pretty close, right? So
yeah. I'm planning to finish sometime around May, so that's the plan. So it's coming really close. It's like 6 months from now. So it's like, oh yeah, it's time starting to kind of wrap up. Is like trying to finish up the papers that I have. It's like, so it's getting close. Yeah.
Well, congrats and good luck on that. So if you do finish in May, how old will you be at that point?
I will still be 19. So my birthday's in June. So it'll be right before my birthday. So I'll still be at 19. So yeah.
Okay. So yeah, I mean, everything you described, makes you a very interesting person to talk to from a vocational point of view anyway, but doing all that at the age of 19, I think is particularly interesting. And I both do you want to talk about that, but almost also kind of don't. I do, in the sense that I do think it's really interesting, and I think I would love to hear more about it, but I also don't want to pigeonhole you as being you're X, I guess you're not a child anymore, so X child genius / prodigy. But the work you're doing is, just to be clear, I think it's extremely valuable and interesting, independently of the fact that you're 19. But it's particularly interesting given that you're 19. Does that make sense?
No, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I kind of struggle with the same thing. It's there's part of me that's I guess I'm kind of known for this sort of, how I've been as a child prodigy or whatever. But then also kind of want to also be known as, this, good AI researcher or just a good researcher, making, making a difference that way. So, but I also appreciate the sort of background that I have, right? So it's the sort of balance of, I guess who I am as a person, and how I represent it. It's so I think there's a kind of a balance there where I definitely don't want to be pigeonholed as just, a child prodigy, but also, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, also, and we'll talk about this more later, but I get the impression that you're very much a product of, or a proud part of, a family unit, which has been, very much a part of your path to this point, and your sister is also doing amazing things. And in a sense, to kind of wipe away the fact you did all this at a young age would almost be to ignore the amazing work and support that your family's provided. Does that
Yeah. I mean, I think my parents that's kind of the perspective that my parents have, I think, on this thing. So there's also, I mean, of course they've made a lot of sacrifices, and they've put in a lot of work to help me reach where I am right now. So, and the same is true, of course, for my sister. So I think, they're also, very proud of the accomplishments that we've done at such a young age. So that's definitely a huge factor. And I think, it's of course.
Well, let's talk about your sister for a moment. So what's your sister's name, and what's she doing, and how old is she? And tell me about that too.
Yeah, my sister, my sister is Tiara Abraham. She's 16 years old, and right now she's doing her master's at Indiana University in vocal performance. And so, she, she's also kind of she's a child prodigy in her own right, in terms of she's been singing since she was about maybe 5 years old. and she's gone professional vocal training, and she's sung in many different venues. She's, for example, sung the national anthem at very at the Giants game, SF Giants, and at various different locations. And then she's sung at different concerts and of course Carnegie Hall. And there's there's this big music hall in Austria, Musikverein. There's various halls that she's also sung. She's a very good singer. She's interested in opera singing, so that's kind of what she's pursuing right now at Indiana University, Jacobs School of Music. It's one of the best music schools in America especially for this sort of opera music. So
you must be very proud of your little sister, Tanishq.
Yeah. I can see I'm just talking on and on about her.
No, that's great. I love it. I mean, of course, I met you guys and your parents when you came to San Francisco, and I remember that was actually because Tiara was, looking at where to go to school. I think you might have been looking at Berkeley as well at that time.
Yeah, at that time she was actually looking for her undergrad school. That was in 2019. Yeah. And
I remember saying to you guys where should we meet? And I was like, oh, I really like bubble tea. Should we go to bubble tea? And I swear both you guys, your eyes lit up with oh, we love bubble tea.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, we love boba tea, and it's we really enjoy that. It's funny actually. I only started we first had our first boba tea in 2018 or so. A friend of mine was we should go try it. And I was and it was amazing. And so a lot of times if we are traveling around and we see a bubble tea location, we'll give it a try.
I got to admit, I thought it was the weirdest sounding thing ever, and I ignored it for a very long time. It's where tea with tapioca balls. No, not for me. Thanks.
But it's funny because the tapioca balls are the best part of it. It's
oh yeah,
I like getting all the tapioca balls and
of course. Absolutely. And just the fact that you've got these awesome straws that are tapioca.
Exactly.
It's great. And generally bubble tea places also have extremely evil fried food options as well, which is always good. So to be clear, I mean, for people that don't know, I'm a university professor that works in Tanishq's field. Very closely actually to Tanishq's field. So not just AI and not just deep learning, but specifically having done not just work in medical AI, but quite a bit of work in microscopy. So we chat nowadays, 4 days a week, about the work we're doing, which is super fun. And it's one of the delightful things about the world that we're now in, that we get to have this amazing, collegial relationship, despite the fact we live in different parts of the world. We're very different ages. We're very different life stages. We don't work for the same companies at all. I don't know, I guess maybe you've almost grown up with that, or does that strike you as kind of amazing and unusual as well?
Right. Yeah. I don't know. I guess. I mean, I think part of it is just the power of technology, and part of it is just me also I'm just always trying to reach out to people and try to interact with lots of people from different backgrounds. So that's kind of the thing that I enjoy. So,
and that would have been harder a few years ago, when we didn't have video conferencing and.
Yeah. So, but I mean, I think, especially since the pandemic and all this video conferencing has happened, that has definitely opened up more opportunities for this sort of work. And of course, even the opportunity for remote jobs and things like that. I'm working part-time with this AI company, and I'm obviously working remote. The company's technically based in UK, but the entire company, most of the company and almost all the researchers are in various different parts of the world, and that I think they kind of came about because of I guess it was like a lot of these AI communities kind of sprouted during this, pandemic. And so a lot of these kind of open source, decentralized communities, it only happened because of the pandemic. And I think at that time, a lot of us were bored and, interested in like, what could we do? And so that kind of led to this whole, decentralized community these sorts of communities happening. And now that's become kind of the norm now, which is, I think it's a great thing.
Well, the norm for some people, but I mean, I think for a lot of people listening to this, it wouldn't be very normal at all. I mean, for me, it's like been normal for a long time. My first company, Fastmail, was, well, my old school friend who I started with was local, but everybody else was spread around the world, and we had all just met over the internet. And that was 1999. I'm trying to remember. I guess a lot of us, we never even really spoke directly over even Skype or anything. It was all just text chat, email. That worked really well. I've always liked being able to choose who I work with based on who's the best person to work with rather than who happens to live nearby,
Yeah. The other thing I've noticed, at least for myself, is like, I find like, I think asynchronous chatting or whatever, it feels like sometimes it's easier to, I don't know, reach out to people and to like interact with people. And like, I feel like, again, it's not, of course, that's easier that they're just available. You can just send them a message and like, but it's like also like, I don't know, I feel like it gives you more, I feel like I'm more open to be able to, interact with people like otherwise I may feel like, I think especially with platforms like Discord and things like that, because like emails, I think the thing is like things like emails feel very like professional. You kind of like have to be like, you want it to be all professional, but something like these sorts of platforms like Discord, and I guess there are, other different platforms like that. It's like, you can just like quickly send them a message.
I mean, it is particularly Discord, right? Like that's,
I think,
I think it's particularly Discord. And let's just clarify. So the way you and I interact with our little community, is, we have a kind of a Discord text chat where we kind of, because we're all over the world, literally, Africa, Europe, Australia, US, different time zones. So we say, oh, here's something I tried. Here's some pictures of it. Here's a link to the code, whatever. And then we have our, whatever, 4 days a week video chat. And I do think that video chat adds a lot as well. Like, I feel like it's, I don't know. I really like that lower latency communication channel as well.
Yeah. I mean, and just to be clear, like, it's not just us doing Discord, but like a lot of these open source AI communities use Discord. And it's like, like nowadays you'll see like cutting edge research being shared in Discord channels, which is like kind of like it feels like now, like I think it's normal, but like when you take a step back, you realize that's kind of absurd, right? Like, well,
I mean, not just shared, but developed. So I mean, let's talk.
Yeah, exactly,
Okay, so let's talk about. I mean, you were very, very modest about this AI venture you're involved in. So to be clear, the AI venture is StabilityAI, and it's not just some hokey little thing. It's actually, I don't know, I would argue it's maybe the most cutting edge, exciting AI startup in the world. And you're not just working there part-time, you are leading the medical AI group there. So just getting that out of the way. But yeah, it's kind of like that StabilityAI. A lot of it happens over Discord because the people are, they're all over the world, and there's constantly folks saying what experiment they're going to try running or the results they've just got or so forth. Yeah. So, I mean, do you want to talk more about, how that works and what that feels like?
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Like, I think, so with Stability AI and the research groups under Stability AI, they're mostly these sorts of communities that are effectively, for the most part, just Discord servers. I think now, as the company is growing, there maybe some aspects are becoming a little bit more formal, but for the most part, these are like open Discord servers where, pretty much anybody can drop in and they can help out if they want. Of course, there are some people who are going to be employed by Stability AI, but then there are other people who are just, volunteering, sharing their expertise. So oftentimes you'll just have, people.
Well, they're often academics, right? Who are kind of like, it's not exactly volunteering. It's more like actively collaborating with people who aren't necessarily at the same university.
So like there are people who are completely new. Well, not completely new. I mean, they still have some, they're taking classes or whatever, but they want to get their hands dirty in actual research, and they're able to get involved and, work on research projects. But then there are also people who are actual AI researchers, academics, or maybe sometimes even people from AI startups or AI companies. And they are also able to get involved and help out, and lend their own expertise. So it's like, a mix of different groups. And I think it's good that we have this sort of mix of different groups because you have different perspectives that you can get as well. And, a very diverse set of perspectives, which I think is very important for any sort of research project to be able to have that set of, that sort of diversity. And I think that being open, having this sort of open environment through this sort of Discord server really enables and fosters that kind of collaboration and diversity. So like it seems to be working quite well. So there are a few, I can talk a little bit about some of the research organizations. There's AI,
let's come back to that later, maybe.
Okay, yeah.
Because, I'm actually, I feel like having got a sense of like what you're working on now at a high level, I want to come back to that. But first, I'm really keen to learn more about you, Tanishq.
Okay.
And I think a good way to find out about people is, to do a bit of a biography, talk about the chronology of your life, which I'm sure will have lots of interesting facets. But yeah, first of all, maybe you can tell me a bit about the family that you come from. I believe you were born in the US, but yeah, I mean, where were you born, and where did your parents come from, and what were they doing with their lives before you came on the scene?
Yeah, sure. So, I'm Indian. My parents are both Indian, born in India, and then, of course, my mom's background. So my mom's background is in veterinary medicine. My mom did her degree in India, and then my dad's background. My dad technically did bachelor's in electrical engineering, but then right after my dad left university, he got hired to do more software engineering stuff. And ever since then, he's been working in software.
So he must have been quite an early software engineer.
Yeah.
Do you know what he was working on?
So this is like maybe late 80s, early 90s. Yeah, late 80s probably.
Okay, so not too early then, early-ish.
Yeah. So I forget exactly which company
which part of India was that?
So yeah, both of my parents are from Kerala, which is like the southern state of kind of the most south state of India. And so like my mom went to veterinary school over there, and it's like one of the leading veterinary schools in the country. And actually my grandparents, my mom's parents, are also they're also veterinarians. And they're also, really accomplished people. Like my grandmother is she was the first women veterinary PhD or something like that. Or
Awesome.
Yeah, she was like kind of also like a trailblazer, and then my also my grandfather was my grandmother, like, apparently she like discovered a new virus, and like she's done a lot of work as well in veterinary medicine, and also my grandfather also so then like I think at one point my grandfather and grandmother, they worked in Nigeria, and so my mom and her family were living in Nigeria for a few years, but they were like in the government, like one of the like kind of like the top of like veterinary medicine in the entire country, and so they had really so they're very accomplished people in veterinary medicine, and so my mom was also kind of working at veterinary medicine, or studying veterinary medicine, and then my mom came to the U.S. and met my dad and got married, and then so my dad was working in software engineering for a bit, and he was working. They were in upstate New York, which is like in Utica, which is like
And
freezing
what
cold
brought
weather.
them to America?
Oh, well, so my dad was actually kind of was brought up in America. So like my dad's family moved to America like when he was in like middle school or so. So my dad was brought up actually in America. So
And
my dad used to live in it. Sorry.
What prompted that move?
I don't know exactly. I think my dad's mother, or my grandmother, she was working as a nurse in America, and I guess for better opportunities. So they moved to America, but then my mom only moved after she completed her veterinary degree, and then when she came to America, she met my dad and got married. So and then so they were living in Utica, which is like upstate New York, really freezing cold weather.
Okay.
I think my dad's company, I think that facility shut down, something like that. So they had to find a new place, and they were tired of the freezing cold weather. So my dad managed to find a job here. He found a job in Davis, in California, and so
that's near San Diego, right?
That's near Sacramento. So
right, I remember now. Yeah.
So it's about
inland from San Francisco.
Yeah, it's about like an hour northeast of San Francisco. And so my dad found a job there in Davis, and they found a house in Sacramento. They were first living in an apartment, and then they found a house in Sacramento. So since then they've been in Sacramento. So it's been about like 25 years or so, something like that. My dad has been working basically my dad's been working at this company for, I think this year was 26 years. So
wow.
Like 26 or 27. It's 26 years. Yeah, 26 years. So
and what's your
company for 26 years, which is like nowadays that is unheard of, obviously.
No, absolutely. Especially in California. And what is your earliest memory, Tanishq?
My earliest memory? I had like some really vague memories, maybe like, I don't know, maybe like 3 or 4 years old, like really vague memories. But I think a lot of my earliest memories were, I do remember like a little bit in preschool, so I must have been 4. So I do remember a little bit in preschool.
Yeah. Tell me, what do you remember about preschool? Or what memories?
Just like I guess playing around, And I remember, I guess when my parents would pick me up from preschool, and just like, I guess certain, yeah, it's like very vague, but still like I kind of remember it. Um, yeah, I think a lot of my memories are more probably from the kindergarten onwards. I think that's kind of where, yeah, I get
Yeah.
more.
Now, okay, so this is interesting. So you went to preschool, you went to kindergarten, but I know in the end you did homeschooling, right? So
Yeah.
when did that switch happen and why?
Yeah. So maybe it's like worth talking about like when maybe my parents realized I was, I guess, different or special or whatever, and how that kind of resulted in, like, and how that affected
Sure,
my
yeah.
education. But like, so like my parents realized I was different, like from very early on, I guess maybe, when I was a few months old. Because like, for example, my mom would like test my comprehension. So like, for example, reading picture books or like, yeah, showing picture books to me and different things like that. And my mom would like ask questions and stuff. And I was able to like, point at things and kind of respond. So like my mom was like, yeah, I'm not sure if this is normal for like someone who's only a few months old. And I guess yeah, it is kind of a little bit.
Yeah, but it's interesting she figured out it's not, because like, to me as a parent, my daughter who's 7 sounds like she's at a very similar level to where you were when you were 7, which is like you were doing some college courses, and my daughter Claire's also doing some college courses. And so like, I would say she's, her academic progress recently has been unusual, but neither me or my wife saw that at all early on. And I have no idea if that's because she wasn't doing anything exceptional or just we had no idea what was normal. So it's interesting that your parents were able to recognize that it was unusual, because as a parent, you don't actually have anything to compare to, or at least that's my experience.
Yeah, that's true. Like, I think my dad was a little bit more like hesitant. It was like, I don't know, like, all parents think their children are special, right? It's just like, I think my dad was a little bit hesitant at first. But my mom was like more convinced, like, yeah, maybe there's something different. And like, so yeah, and then eventually, like, so first of all, like my mom was like doing her PhD my mom did like, my mom did like a master's degree at UC Davis. So, I guess when my dad and my mom moved to Sacramento and Davis, my mom was able to do some studies there, but like my mom was in the middle of her PhD
in veterinary studies.
Yeah, well, it was technically like comparative pathology or something like that, but yeah, it was but yes, my mom was doing her PhD when she was pregnant with me. So originally the plan was to take a few months off or like a year off or something like that and go back to completing the PhD. But then I think when my mom realized, oh, well, maybe there's something special about me or something different about me, then my mom decided to actually quit the PhD and become a stay-at-home mom just to be able to support me and make sure I get the support that I need. So
I mean, that's like a really bold thing to do. Like, I mean, obviously selfless, but like parents are expected to be selfless, like that's, but yeah, bold in the sense that like speaking as a parent from, as soon as our daughter could go to a normal school, which was rather delayed because of COVID, that COVID would have been the first year and all the schools were closed in San Francisco. We sent her to a normal school because that's what you do, and it wasn't until we had like, I don't know, maybe it sounds really slow, but it was like basically a year of realizing things. Like it didn't go terribly. She was happy, but it didn't go great. And she definitely never learned anything. And her only comments about the classes were that they were boring.
Yeah.
And it was really a year of like not great progress that we finally thought, okay, maybe this is not the best environment for her. So, I mean,
yeah,
your mum, she really took a bold step very, very early. It's amazing to me.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
It is kind of amazing because, of course, yeah, like I think also, my mom definitely did have great career opportunities waiting for her if that was something my mom wanted to pursue. But instead, my mom decided instead to focus on me at the time, and of course my sister later on. So it is definitely a huge sacrifice on her.
Yeah, but also a huge amount of self-confidence, right? Because it's hard as a parent. I find it hard as a parent to do things that are like totally different to what everybody else in the community is doing, because there's for me this second guessing of like, oh, I don't want to do weird things and make my child weird and like not give them the best opportunities. And so there's always this very natural draw towards like just doing what everybody else is doing. The basis is it can't be that bad. So yeah, I mean, she had a lot of self-confidence to do something that is unusual.
That's true. Yeah. And of course, it's not just my mom. Of course, my dad also was, after some point, my dad was also quite convinced too. So I think, together as a family, and as
so initially, did your mom have to convince your dad? Is that your understanding?
I'm not entirely sure, but like, I've heard from them, like, originally, my dad was like, maybe, all parents think their children are special, maybe not necessarily. But I think, after a bit, maybe my dad, I think, of course they did their own research in terms of like child development and things like that at that young age. And I think from that point onwards. And then also eventually, this was like later on.
I mean, wait, that's interesting. That's already interesting because, I mean, it may sound like an obvious thing to do is to research child development. And I certainly did a lot of research into child development, but very few parents I've spoken to actually spent time researching child development. You're like, that's interesting. Like, what do you know about that? What did they do?
A lot about that, to be honest. I think they did, like, thankfully, of course, with the internet, there were already some resources available, and then I think they may have talked to one or two people. I'm not entirely sure, honestly. But then I think eventually, then they decided finally to do an IQ test with me. And this was like when I was 3 or 4 years old, so this was like a little bit later on. But I think they just kind of wanted to. But like my mom was like just doing this just to.
Yeah. Our daughter didn't get one until she was 6, and it was only because her school told us they should do it. And we were like, why bother doing that? But actually, it's like, really helpful.
Yeah, it's not like my mom needed that, like, to be certain. Like, I think it's just more like also like certain. So, like, for example, we had like I think my mom wanted to get me into Mensa at the time because my mom thought, okay, they might provide some, useful resources and help with things. Honestly,
they so don't they, right? I mean,
so my mom had some high hopes about that. So for that, like, that was maybe one of the reasons I think that my mom got like just because they require those sorts of things. But so like that was like, but so I mean, of course, that like definitely showed that I was confidently show
I mean, let's talk about that for a moment.
But like,
right?
still,
sorry, let's talk about that for a moment because it's like it's really something that really resonates for me. As I say, as a parent, like, so for our daughter, her assessment showed she's in, I don't know, the top 0.000, I don't know how many O's, 1%. And I kind of felt like or wanted to feel like that doesn't matter. I mean, she was very well adapted at school. She had a lot of friends. People liked her, At one level, everything seemed fine. But at another level, she was spending hours every day sitting in a classroom where she was learning nothing at all. And she was just basically practicing learning how to zone out and always be right, which I think is terrible psychologically to always be right, because then you fear being wrong. And, the school had gifted program that like is for the top 10% of students. And it's like, well, what about the top 10% of the top 10% of, over there? They're like, they are different, those children have different needs, not necessarily socially, but, to be challenged and to be, what counts as compelling content. So, I definitely feel like it's mattered for us in a way that I didn't at all expect, and almost feel a bit uncomfortable with.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't care about my IQ. I don't think my parents were that concerned about it, or they couldn't. It was just more, I guess, for these sorts of things. In terms of
it's not something to be proud of, but it's something that's definitely impacted.
Exactly.
How you have lived your life and how your parents have structured your life. So, clearly it matters in some way, right?
Yeah, I guess it matters, but that's right. But in terms of what my parents were like, I guess, going back to when I started going to preschool and kindergarten, they wanted to, of course, challenge me. Of course, socially, they wanted to, of course, give that social development to me as well. Make sure I have that social development. So, they tried their best, to set up something special with the school. So I think, I especially at kindergarten, and then I think also, in kindergarten, I think also second grade. So I actually skipped first grade. I went to second grade. So I think in those 2 grades, I was doing this sort of I would only go maybe 2 or 3 times a week. And that was mainly just for the social aspect, right? Because I'm not learning anything new.
Yeah.
Because
it's amazing how similar that is to Claire. She skipped prep once she did go to school and jumped into first grade. Although she was but then for math, they put her in 5th grade. I definitely felt as a parent I don't want her to miss out on social development.
Yeah. So then, that's what my parents tried to do too. Still give me that social development. So, I'd still try to have friends at school, and but then they, of course, at home I was studying at my own level. And then I would participate in some of those gifted programs. There was a reading program where I would be again reading at 5th grade level that I'm reading at when I'm in kindergarten. Similar with math. And then also I think when I was in 2nd grade, my parents were able to set up with the school something where I would go to the 8th grade class for science or something like that.
Right.
And was participating in a few of their activities and stuff. At
so I'll tell you the challenge we faced with that, which I'm guessing you might have seen something similar, or your parents might have seen something similar, which is you can accelerate a kid to a higher class, but it's not that kid is statically more advanced by X amount. It's that they, pick things up quicker. And so, at least with Claire, she was put into grade 5, when she was meant to be in for math, when she was meant to be in grade prep. And for a month, that was cool, and she was interested. And after a month, she was bored again. And we didn't find any. These programs tend to be kind of a static amount of enrichment on top of what they'd otherwise be doing, but it doesn't seem to account for this continuous acceleration where they're doing a year's worth of learning every month or 2. That doesn't seem to fit very well with any of these programs.
Yeah, well, the thing was my parents tried to do something very special and very something catered specifically to me, and they tried to work that out with the school for a long time. And they had a lot of meetings with people at the school, but then eventually the school was very, at a certain point they kind of weren't as flexible, and they just kind of did not want to support whatever my parents thought would be best for me.
It sounds like they'd made quite an effort.
They
kind of say the same thing about our child's school. They're quite
after. And they made some effort, but again, that was after a lot of my parents pushing them, right? This was like my parents put a lot of work, they had several meetings. I mean, I still kind of vaguely remember like some of the meetings, but they were like really like trying to, argue it out with some of the folks at the school. Like,
Yeah. I mean, that's such a common story. I've heard so many parents say, they like the advocacy is exhausting and demanding.
Yeah, it is exhausting. Yeah, I remember that being the case for my parents. And the only reason my parents kept me in the school was because of the social aspect of things. But then the thing was like with the second grade, the teacher was very supportive. So that really helped. Then as I went into third grade, the teacher was not at all supportive.
Yeah.
And then
I mean, some teachers almost seem to be antagonistic or threatened or something. Like some teachers really seem to react negatively.
Yes. I think they do feel kind of threatened that like they're not the ones who are teaching, or like, maybe they feel like, threatened, like, oh, this is like a know-it-all kind of kid or something like that. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, we had something like that with Claire. There was, her school on the whole was trying really hard, and there was actually a gifted program in high school that they put her into when math was too boring. And yeah, it's like, oh, this is cool, like 2 years of high school math in 1 year, and it'd be challenging. And then there was a change of headmaster at the high school. And it was weird the way he took this like personal interest in like getting rid of our daughter out of school. It's like he sent us this email and sent an email to the primary school, and he just seemed really offended by the fact that there was a young child studying math in his school in a way that I didn't understand how he was thinking about it.
Yeah, some people are like that, and I think that's what happened in third grade. And like the second grade teacher was very supportive, and I think some of the folks at the school were supportive. But then as we went into third grade, I think there were also some of the staff also changed, and those folks were less supportive. They felt threatened. And then also, I don't know how what it is, but like the students also were very antagonistic towards me at that point, and I was getting bullied.
Wow, already at that age.
I was getting bullied. I mean, I kind of remember like there were times where like, for example, some of the students would like steal my supplies. Then some of them would like try to like they would quiz me like mental math, and like if I didn't answer, they'd be like, "Oh, you're not smart," or things like that. And like I'm a kind of person who's like actually pretty bad at mental math, to be honest. I've like that's one of the things that like that's like one of the things I'm not very good at. So like that was not a very good. Yeah, it was very. I guess the entire environment kind of became toxic. And I was not enjoying going to school. Like before, I used to like enjoy going to school. I had some friends. I thought it was just for me to have fun.
I mean, third graders must be learning this attitude from somewhere, right? Like,
yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's what I think. I think part of it does come from both, the parents. Maybe there's some aspect from the parents, again from the staff, the teacher. I don't know, but I think there's of course some aspect where it's like, they are learning it, from other figures. Yeah. So at that point, like I was not enjoying going to school.
Yeah, no, I can get why your mum did homeschooling at that point, because sounds like this is not working out at all.
Exactly. I mean, they tried their best to get it to work, but it just didn't work. So they were like, we're gonna take him out of school and homeschool him.
So let me just take a diversion for a moment then, just because I've been, as I said, studying a lot of the research around education and child development. And as I expect you know, the reality is that on pretty much only any socialization or social measure, homeschooling kids on average come out ahead of kids that go to normal schools. So that's the other thing when we were like, oh, maybe we should homeschool Claire. It's like, oh no, what if she turns out to be some kind of weird freakoid who doesn't know how to deal with people? That's not what the research shows at all.
Yeah.
And indeed, you don't seem to have come out as a weird freakoid who can't deal with people, or at least if you are, you seem to be able to hide it very well.
Yeah. I mean, that definitely been like the complaint everyone says. It's like you look at like that's like one, like especially when I was younger, that was like one of the questions like everyone had. What about his social skills? And like you see like any interviews, you look at like the comments on any of these interviews. Like, I mean, obviously I'm not affected by any of these comments or anything, but it's just kind of funny to just see like everyone's like, what about his social skills? And I'm like, you don't need to worry about that. But yeah, I think like, so when I was younger, of course my parents had given me different opportunities for social skills. So like I used to go to the San Francisco Boys Chorus. I was in the chorus for quite some time. So I had, that was happening while I was homeschooled. And so that I got, that was one opportunity for me to socialize. But then I think it's also like, I guess I didn't have any issue like as I started out college and stuff like that, I didn't have much issue socializing with people who are like twice my age or 3 times my age.
Right. And like, why, a couple of questions. Like, why would we assume that the best people to socialize with are the people who are your same chronological age?
Yeah.
Like, that doesn't happen in adulthood. We're all kinds of different ages. And B, why would socializing well with 7-year-olds be an important skill when you're 18? Like, yeah, there's a lot of assumptions in there that don't make sense to me. And so, like, homeschooling kids generally seem to have a much wider age group or diversity of people they hang out with rather than people their exact chronological age and go to a school with the same religious profile or whatever as everybody else.
Yeah, that's definitely an important point. Like when I so I started out in a community college, which is like in US, that's like the sort of like 2-year college, but it's usually like a lot of times it's not only like students so sometimes students in high school will be taking college classes there. Sometimes after high school, they'll spend 2 years in this college and then go to complete their remaining 2 years at a regular university. But then also there's a lot of students who are coming back for like continuing education and things like that. So a community college has a very diverse group of people. You have students who are like high schoolers, so they're...
And how old were you when you were starting to go to this community college?
I was 7 years old.
7, okay.
Yeah. So then there were, students who were like in their late teens, all the way up to people who may be in their 60s, 70s. So you have this very diverse group of people, very diverse ages. And
so can I just ask something about this? Just sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to like, my guess would be, tell me if I'm wrong or right, that you wouldn't have had the same problems with bullying as a 7-year-old at a community college because the other kids would have probably seen you more as like a adorable little kid rather than a threat or something. And I would imagine they were on the whole pretty nice to you. Was that?
Yeah. For the most part, the students were pretty nice to me. I think also like it was more like a lot of students just thought I think I'm the kind of student who's very engaged in the class and studying very well, and so they also thought of me kind of just as a really good student in the class and interacted with me accordingly. Occasionally you'll have students who did feel maybe a little bit threatened. That happens occasionally. But I try to avoid that as much as possible. But for the most part, definitely less.
So I got
overt bullying like I had in 3rd grade or whatever.
Yeah, I got a bit of an insight into your experience as a 7-year-old because we're lucky enough that you have a recording of you as a 9-year-old describing that experience in a TEDx talk. And I think one of the things that really struck me, or there's a couple of things that really struck me, but one was how much, again, advocacy was required by your parents to get somebody to agree to teach you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can you talk a bit about, I mean, obviously it wasn't you doing that, but like, what's your memory of that, or what have you felt about that from your parents? And what was it like to get, because, okay, just to be clear, my understanding is as a 7-year-old, you were a very good college student. Like you got A's and top marks. And so, yeah, maybe talk a bit about like, yeah, what kind of results were you getting? But then what was the experience like of actually getting to attend these classes?
Right. Yeah. So again, at that point, it was, again, my parents are trying to challenge me and, keep me, try to academically challenge me. So they thought, at the time I was interested of course, I was already kind of interested in science. I was interested in like paleontology, astronomy. So they were looking for, and I would,
dinosaurs in space are always good kids
exactly.
things. Yeah, absolutely.
There's still like an aspect of me being a regular 7-year-old who loves like dinosaurs in space.
Well, of course, that's the thing, right? Our daughter's the same. She's such a regular 7-year-old. She likes fairies and unicorns and spaceships and imaginary animal friends.
Yeah. I mean, I think that, the difference is like I took it a lot farther than like a regular, 7-year-old. Like I was like really studying everything about dinosaurs and everything about space.
Our daughter has watched the entire Professor Dave astronomy video series, like, I don't know, 5 times. And she's always quizzing me about main sequence stars and brown dwarfs. And I'm just like, I'm slowly picking things up. But...
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. I remember some of that from my astronomy days. Yeah. So yeah, I think so. The point was like I had gone through a lot of the material that is available for kids my age and even kids older than me in terms of like reading books about dinosaurs and things like that, and even starting to maybe get into a couple of papers and things like that. So they figured, that a better way to potentially challenge me was, going to college. And I mean, I had also asked them about this too. This is something that I had myself asked about. This is something that I was, interested in as well. And so, in fact, at first they didn't take me very seriously. Oh, this kid wants to go to college. That doesn't make any sense.
But they being your parents, or they being...
Yeah, my parents. Like, even they were like, at first, I don't know, like, sure, you're advanced, but, you're still 7. I guess at the time I'd asked, I was maybe like 5 or 6. And they were like...
Yeah, that's real a bit weird, I guess.
Yeah, it is kind of weird. So, but then I think they noticed, like, I'm still like trying to study this as much as possible. And college would be a good opportunity for me to, pursue this further. And, I was asking them relentlessly about this. And so eventually they, again, contacted some professors. As you can imagine, most of the professors said no.
Yeah.
They managed to find one professor who said yes. And she agreed to have my mom as a student in the class. And then I just would be part of the, going along with my mom. So I wasn't actually at that point an official student. I was just my mom was a student. And then so I was just sitting in the class. Then when it came to like things like quizzes and exams, just for fun, he would give me those quizzes and exams and I would take them. And, I was getting A grades in all of the quizzes and exams. Yeah. So he was very amazed by that.
But I mean, these topics are largely like kind of more like rote learning, really, aren't they often?
Yeah. So this was a geology class. So, there was an aspect of it that is rote learning, but also like, I think there's still some aspect of it that's understanding, the geological processes and how they work and how they interact. But there's a lot.
I guess my point being, like, I find that for a lot of the stuff Claire's doing, I actually feel like a lot of 7-year-olds could do it because, it's like I mentioned to you the other day, she's doing biochemistry at the moment, and it's largely college level material. Some of it's actually beyond college level material, like chirality and stuff. I think normally you tend to do postgrad, is my understanding. And she had to like learn the amino acids, which I think she learned them fast. I didn't know this stuff either, and she learned them faster than me. But it's not surprising because a young brain does learn things faster than an adult. So like. I do think that this might also be partly a general thing, as kids can perhaps learn more than we expect.
Yeah, that's probably true. I think, I don't know, like, what kind of skills are required at these different ages, or develop at different ages. There may be some skills, but yeah, I mean, of course, a lot of the memorization is possible at a young age, probably.
Yeah. I mean, maybe we can come back to this topic. I'm really interested in talking about it more because, I don't know. I just think it's really fascinating. But yeah, I also don't want to interrupt your story. So yeah, do go into about your college experience.
Yeah. So yeah, I was like, basically I was in this geology class and, taking a lot of the exams and quizzes, and he was, very impressed. And I think.
So you weren't really officially there. It was really like your mum's doing it and, she has to babysit the kid, basically.
Yeah, basically, like, that's
or at least that's how it was presented. But
yeah,
yeah, but it was actually secretly it was for you.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. So then I think at that point, then he was also kind of helping out and becoming an advocate for me as well. Nice. In terms of like, okay, this is a kid who I think can potentially join this college and take some college classes.
What was his person's name?
Stephen Sterling. He was a geology professor. And yeah, so I think he's retired now, but yeah, he really was helpful in terms of like talking with the college staff and helping to convince them. But even then, the college staff were still not that convinced. They were like, you have to do well in these classes, otherwise we will not let you continue. So like, I think the expectation was like getting an A basically in the classes.
Is that a higher bar than other students would have had, or?
Probably, yeah. I think so. Yeah. So for a while, that's kind of what was happening. And then also they limited me to only taking 2 classes per semester. So I was only taking 2 classes per semester. And then basically every single semester, there was a whole process. Like I had to go and meet the dean and get permission from the dean. And it was a whole process. And it was like a very special situation. But eventually, I wanted to take more classes and progress faster.
Yeah, I mean, 2 classes a semester is not a lot.
It's not particularly... it's not particularly engaging, I guess.
No.
So the idea was then I would graduate high school, so then I would be a regular college student. So this was around the age of 9 or 10. Then I managed. So luckily in California, they do have this option to take a standardized test and test out of high school, but you can only take it if you are in 10th grade. So we had to set it up.
I wonder why these limitations exist, where they came from, because somebody obviously proactively decided to create this gate. It's interesting.
And I think it's again like the thing, like, oh, you have to go through a certain amount to have that development that they deem necessary, I guess. I think that's what it is. But so yeah, they had to we had to set it up in a specific way such that I was officially technically in 10th grade, and then eventually I was able to take that test. Yeah, we had to come. Yeah, there was a way that we had to set it up with some school or something. Yeah, it was another whole process. And then eventually I was able to test out. And
so that's some specific Californian thing that.
Yeah,
specific
to California.
Are you effectively basically just doing the Year 12 exams and the normal Year 12 exams? And
it's not necessarily, I don't think it was a normal Year 12 exam. It was specific towards testing out. I think the idea is they allow for grade 10 and 11 students to test out of high school actually. So this is a test for these sorts of grade 11 and grade 10 and 11 students.
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of more catered towards that particular. There's a separate test for regular grade 12 testing out. But luckily, that's kind of still a benefit of California. Like, I don't know if other states actually have this sort of
I've heard of it before.
Yeah.
I'll ask you about something which is, I wonder if you had to deal with this at that time. A term that's very often used by psychologists in the field of like, more advanced kids or whatever is asynchronous development. And so asynchronous development refers to the idea that some kids, develop surprisingly quickly in certain areas, but not in others. So for example, for kids who would often be described as gifted, which is not a term I love, but I guess it's a term that's reasonably well understood. The asynchronous development often is like, okay, their handwriting's crappy because they're not particularly physically capable. Their understanding of, complex social, political, etc. situations as you might come across in like a Shakespeare play don't really exist, but they have maybe very good understanding of spatial reasoning or abstract manipulation or whatever. So in our life, that asynchronous development is the big challenge because like I don't feel like I would want Claire doing a year 12 level English exam where she was expecting to read books like Othello or something, because they're just not age appropriate. They're like reading comprehension, okay, should get it, should be fine, but like she's a little kid. And she certainly couldn't do the handwriting necessary for a normal like 3-hour exam or something. So did you have to deal with those kinds of things, or was the Californian stuff mainly more like multiple choice analogy tests and stuff?
So the California test was more like that. I think there's maybe an essay or something like that, but for the most part it was mostly they just testing your knowledge and things like that. But overall, of course, my parents were more careful about what was age appropriate in terms of like classes and things like that. Like even like, for example, English classes, they would review the books, making sure they're age appropriate. There were certain classes like, there are different classes that, my parents, they would talk to the professors and also just clarify with the professors if there's anything to be careful about. And, like maybe there are times when like the professors would show something and, I would step out of the class for a bit while they were showing something that maybe wasn't the most age appropriate. So like there was definitely that aspect in terms of like what was age appropriate for me at the time. But apart from that, like again, of course, like handwriting, was also something I like struggled with. But I think that was more like I do have like some sort of like issue with my hand in terms of like, I don't know. I have some, issue, like, especially for writing very long periods of time. I much prefer typing and things like that.
I mean, I've absolutely. Yeah. I was always the same. And we actually got our daughter typing. We got our daughter typing like when she was 5, I guess. And it's been such a great skill for her to have because there's so many things she can now do despite her asynchronous development, because little kids can learn to type fine.
That was not necessarily an asynchronous thing. It was just more like I think I do have like I tend to have like pain or something like this with my. I don't know. It's more like I think I don't think that was like a development thing. That's just kind of something with my body or whatever.
So how did you do that essay?
Well, I don't know. Like I don't know if I had. Something that didn't get like accommodations and things like that in terms of like specifically for this sort of issue. I don't know if I had for that. I'm not entirely sure.
In Australia, there's like a specific list of things that count as accommodations, and they're disabilities, and you have to be able to show that it's like due to an illness. So although like having tiny 7-year-old hands is a disability, but at least in Australia, it doesn't count as one because it's not due to an illness.
Okay. Oh, interesting. Okay. Well, it was, yeah, over here they counted as a disability actually when I have it.
That makes much more sense.
Yeah. But like overall, like apart from like age appropriate stuff, like, you know, being careful about that for the most part, like, and yeah, I guess with the hat thing is really not asynchronous development. But apart from that, for the most part, like in terms of development, like for example, I was, well, like my time was like 11, I think, or so. Like there was one, I took an English class and we went over like, I think it was The Tempest or something like that. So I was like already like reading like Shakespeare plays or whatever. And I didn't have that much issue with those sorts of things.
Yeah. I mean, The Tempest is not a particularly, I don't know, like,
yeah,
it feels like a pretty
it's still very dense and
accessible
like, you know,
story. But
yeah.
Like Romeo and Juliet or something, or Othello or something might be tougher, I think.
But yeah, I don't remember anything. Yeah, go ahead.
What about math? So, yeah, like math is needed for a lot of college level, you know, STEM stuff.
Yeah.
Well, not just STEM, but also social sciences as well. So, yeah, what were you doing about that? Were you, you know, studying more advanced math and like calculus and trig and stuff? And what, you know, was that like mainly your mum teaching you, or how did math work?
So like when I was younger, like again, 6 or 7 years old, it was mostly my dad. My dad is the more, I mean, my dad is a software engineer, and of course he's more, you know, engineering background. He was able to teach the math aspect of things. So my dad would help me out a bit and teach me. And there were like different programs that, you know, I was going through in terms of, you know, learning, you know, at the age of 5, I was, you know, doing again like 5th grade, 6th grade math, but then I would continually progress. I think by 9 or 10, I think by 9, I started dabbling in the calculus and that kind of level of stuff. But then like I started taking classes, like even online classes and stuff, and like pre-calculus, and I think maybe even some Khan Academy videos and things like that. So I was like, so then by 10, which is when I also graduated high school, I went into, I took a proper calculus class. I mean, I had already studied like calculus on my own and stuff like that, but then I actually took a proper college calculus.
So when you say on your own, that would be largely Khan Academy?
Yeah, like I think there was maybe a book that I was reading, and then there was like a Coursera course. I think, yeah, there was like this really nice Coursera course that I took on single variable and multivariable calculus, things like that. So I think it was mostly single variable calculus. So yeah, I was mostly taking just like, yeah, resources online, things like that. And again, like a lot of it is me, like when I'm studying a lot of things, it's like a lot of times it's like me, like I have a goal in mind, right? So like, I remember like when I was studying trigonometry, I think this may have been the time of like the transit of Venus or whatever. And there was like the whole thing, you can calculate the distance of, you know, the Earth to the sun based on like, you know, the time it takes for the transit and stuff like that. And I was like, there's a lot of trigonometry involved. And so like, I was like studying trigonometry to understand that kind of stuff. And then I was studying like calculus also to better understand some physics stuff. So a lot of it is me.
I mean, that's my like constant goal with teaching my daughter, is trying to find those things where she can get to do it in context. Because honestly, like for math, I teach her and one other kid, her best friend. And her best friend is totally happy to learn math for its own sake. Like he just has so much joy in being like, oh, I now know a new thing.
Yeah.
And my daughter's not like that at all. She just doesn't care until it's got a reason. So we do a lot of art of problem solving. Did that exist when you were?
I don't know. I haven't done that, unfortunately.
It's amazing. It's, you know, it's a fantastic. It's basically kind of like designed as a kind of math Olympiad prep, but it's like 12 years worth of math Olympiad prep, if you know what I mean. So it's like teaching the entire primary and high school curriculum,
Right.
but on the assumption that the kids studying it are really interested in solving challenging problems and thinking carefully about them, and they're going to continue all the way through. So it's done in a very thoughtful way, and it's a great program. But yeah, my daughter's really not interested, whereas her friend loves it. And then the other day, I was like, okay, well, for some reason, oh, that's right, I was having trouble setting up a Factorio computer game server for them, and they were like, why isn't it working? And I was saying like, well, it works if I put in an IP address but not a DNS name for some reason. And then players just like, what exactly is an IP address? So why I was like, okay, all right, stop everything, this class is going to be about IP addresses, and we're going to have to do binary masks, and we're going to do octets, and and now she's totally into it. And like at every step, she's just like, wait, how on earth do multiple things go over the same wire? And like, oh, okay, well, that's multiplexing. It's like, what exactly is multiplexing? How does that work? And like, oh, well, okay, let's come up with a little simple algorithm that we could use for multiplexing. And yeah, with context, she's just all over it. And without context, she just doesn't care.
So the interesting thing is like, now I feel like I'm like, before when it came to math, I was more like, I need to have an application or something to motivate that. Now I feel like I'm kind of interested in not just for the sake of it sometimes. So I don't know, like at a certain point, I think that at a certain age, I guess that maybe changed. I don't know. So
I am slightly getting there. I wouldn't say, I think I'm still not quite there. Like I had to have math books now that I purchased for the enjoyment, but they generally were like, using APL, or they're like, different perspectives on math or whatever. I'm not somebody who could just study a real analysis textbook and find that a worthy thing to spend my time on.
Yeah. So basically I was studying calculus, and then, but I still took an official calculus college course and went through the calculus curriculum or the math curriculum at college. So that included calculus 1, calculus 2, calculus 3, then, I think what else? Then as I was finishing up at community college, I took, linear algebra and, took linear algebra. And then in university, where I transferred over to the four-year university, I took a differential equations class, and that was it in terms of like my
which has turned out to be very useful since we're spending so much time doing differential equations nowadays.
Exactly, yeah.
It's funny. There's so much stuff that I remember, like in the world of math at school or university or whatever, starting basically from trigonometry, where it'd be like, we'd ask the teacher like, "What's this for?" And the teacher could never answer the question of like, what's trigonometry for, or what's differential calculus for, or what. And now, these things are everywhere. Like I, use trigonometry all the time. I'm like, how do you do anything without trigonometry or without calculus? And I think a lot of teachers just don't have that real world experience as engineers or scientists, so that they genuinely don't know how to answer the question, as in, well, it's going to be on the exam.
Well, so like some of my classes some of my classes really nice in terms of like, providing those sorts of examples. So like sometimes in the calculus textbooks, they would provide, actual examples of where these sorts of things would be used. And I remember in my differential equations class, the professor would start every lecture with like an example of, the topic that we're talking about now. Like it is a certain class of differential equations that we're talking about. How was that? How examples of the use of that in the actual work. And so that's really, really helpful in terms of motivating why these sorts of concepts
should really be rare.
Yeah, it is rare. He's a really great professor, actually. And
so who's that, sorry?
My differential equations professor.
Yeah, what's their name?
Oh, William Tabernetti. He's at UC Davis. Yeah.
And I just wanted to come back to Khan Academy as well, and not just Khan Academy, but like I've asked you previously when we've chatted about online resources, and you've mentioned you used things like Time for Learning and Khan Academy. Did you find that stuff you did on like Khan Academy or whatever, like was useful in preparing you to take stuff like Calculus 1 and things like that?
I think it helped. Like I remember doing like, especially like geometry. I think like some algebra and geometry. I mean, I learned the concepts, so I don't.
So it did the job.
Definitely did his job, I guess. I also learned some. I think I did some chemistry. Like I used to do a lot of. Yeah, I think there was a time when I used to like. I think the nice thing about like these like Khan Academy and these sorts of lectures and stuff is like it's very easy to like devour a lot of content, right? And it's like just like watch video after video and like just learning all of it and so that really helps. And then I think nowadays they also have like quizzes and stuff, and I don't know if there were quizzes back then. I may have taken some of these quizzes and stuff. That also was really helpful.
By the way, your recommendation of trying out Time for Learning was not successful. I tried it on Claire, and afterwards I was like, how was that, Claire? What do you think? And she just goes, I think it's stupid.
Okay.
But she never has strong opinions like that about stuff. So I was like, oh.
Okay. Is it because like it's like I don't know.
I might have picked bad examples. I picked the middle school STEM stuff or whatever.
Okay.
Having said that, we have since that time found some much more engaging YouTube videos from Crash Course and the sisters that actually are pretty terrific, and I'm learning.
Yeah, Crash Course is really, really nice as well. Like I remember, I think I remember watching a lot of Crash Course videos there.
I wish they had quizzes though. Like we always we try to put everything into Anki cards, like space learning cards. Which for math, I kind of do it for them because no one remembers anything unless it's in an Anki card, So yeah, I wish there was like something like, Crash Course plus Anki cards for each lesson or something. That would be amazing.
Yeah.
So like I want to come back to your YouTube talk. It's not YouTube, your TEDx talk.
Yeah.
So yeah, as I said, one thing that I've noticed very much was the struggles that you and your parents had in just getting somebody to agree to teach you. Like, I am an enthusiastic child who wants to learn. Yeah, go to hell. You're not old enough. And then the second was the end of your talk was kind of like a plea to be accepted as, a normal kid who isn't being forced to do things by a tiger mom and who just enjoys learning and like, and we just actually all agree that's okay and I don't have to be demonized for that. Like, these are not your words, but I almost felt like that's what you were kind of saying. And I wanted to hear about like what was driving that, because I mean, it sounds like even your parents might have been getting a bit like hassled in some way, or like those assumptions that they were driving you. Oh, and like I remember you like showed pictures of like being outside and having parties, and you were kind of like, I don't just spend all my time indoors studying math, Yeah. So what happened? Is this some kind of like prejudice that you were like dealing with, or what did you?
There was definitely like the sort of prejudice that, or like the sort of assumption that my parents are pushing me or something like this.
Could you give some examples of like stuff that happened, like that you remember, and how you felt at the time?
Well, I guess not just even my parents, especially, but like you hear often like a lot of comments. So like even people have told me straight to my face, like there's no need to hurry, or it's like as if like this is something that I'm hurrying or anything. Like this is just me wanting to do what I want to do.
Right.
And it's like, there's no need to hurry, you can slow down, those sorts of comments. So there's that aspect of things.
From like, kind of like from teachers or friends of your family or what?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a combination of, like people who even people who I meet for the first time, sometimes they might say that. You'll see it, sometimes teachers may say that, sometimes, and of course, you'll see comments, of course. Again, I of course don't, none of these sorts of comments I take to heart or anything, but it's just interesting to see these sorts of either the comments that I get from people in person or even the comments you see online.
It must have been impacting you though, like that you decided in this talk to
I think it's
make this case.
I want to clear the air, I guess, right? It's just certainly, I mean, it doesn't I'm not saddened by it or anything like that. It doesn't affect me in that way. I know when people sometimes people read things like YouTube comments or comments like that and they get really affected by it. It's not like that sort of effect. It was just more people are saying their parents must be pushing them. Or you get things stereotypes about Indian parents and things like that too, right? And it's a
bit of casual racism.
There's a bit of racism that goes in there too. And it's none of that is, actually the reality. In fact, I think.
So let's talk about the reality. So, okay, so you don't feel like you were in a hurry or you weren't being pushed to be in a hurry. So what was going on for you? What were you trying to get out of your life, I guess, or get out of each day, or how, what were your priorities or interests? Or
I guess part of it is just not being bored.
Were you bored sometimes?
Sorry?
Were you bored sometimes?
I mean, certainly when I was, younger, I think definitely, in the sort of elementary school and stuff like that, I was definitely bored. That was definitely a situation. I remember and, sometimes they'll give me tests and stuff and I finish it pretty quickly. And I'm just sitting at the table doing nothing. So it was I
have a feeling being extremely bored for long periods of time as a very young kid with absolutely no way to avoid it could be very damaging. I don't have any data to back that up, but it just feels I feel like I've seen it, there's certain, that's not true. There is some data to back it up. I mean, in a sense, I don't know if you've seen the great research from Miraca Gross, who's an Australian academic, and unfortunately she recently passed away, but she's one of the very few people that has done multi-decade longitudinal studies of profoundly gifted, as they're called, kids, and kids who are left in their chronological age group class at school, on average, are in the bottom 5 percentile when it comes to social outcomes. They do very badly. They tend to suffer depression at very high levels. They tend to have very few friends. The kids that are accelerated by 3 or more grades, on average, are in, I can't remember exactly, I think it might be the top decile, so maybe the top 10% of exactly the same metrics. So that, I mean, I'm sure it's not just boredom, but that certainly seems to align with the idea that leaving kids in an environment where they're bored just to keep them around kids of the same chronological age might be a bad idea.
Yeah. I guess it's this part of me that always wants to do something right, or wants to learn something, wants to, I guess, do research. Actually, that was another thing. I think that was another thing. When I was in community college, it's always an aspect of me that always looking at what's the goal to reach, right? What is the so I'm a very goal oriented person. So I don't know. Yeah, as a community college, it's okay, then what do I need to do to transfer to a 4-year college, or 4-year university? And especially at that time, kind of my motivation was the four-year universities are like the best place to do research. And I was like, at that point, like in community college, I started getting into like, okay, like, yeah, I want to do some cutting edge research now, but like those opportunities aren't really available at community colleges. So that was my next goal. It's like, let's go to four-year universities and then there'll be an opportunity for me to do research. And the four-year university, I'm like, okay, now I want to get to a PhD. So, I can do even more research. So
you had a strong sense of where you wanted to be. You wanted to be doing cutting edge research, and there is a sequence of steps that have to be completed before
exactly
you can do that.
And of course, this is another thing, like maybe this is something maybe worth touching on is like, I know the truth is like the sort of, I guess, path I've taken is still kind of conventional in a way, right? Like I've still gone through like a four-year university and then a PhD, which
I was going to say, I mean, you're not like, you haven't been in a hurry at all. Like it's been 12 years from when you started college to when you're finishing your PhD, which is actually kind of slow.
Yeah. So there's definitely like a sort of conventional path that I've taken. I think, I mean, that was the other thing I tell people, like, I think it also depends on the field. Like, obviously, I think there's some fields where maybe a conventional path isn't necessarily the best path. So, but I think, for the field that at least is sort of like, I guess I'm into this sort of biomedical engineering field. Unfortunately, it's kind of hard to do much work in that field if you don't have the sort of conventional background. And so that is also about like, just working with the system and trying to, try to, I guess, one person was saying like, I'm like hacking the system, like trying to accelerate in the system. So sometimes there's that aspect of things. But yeah, like, I guess also the nice thing about a conventional system is you do have those goals. And like, again, I work very well with having these goals. So it's like, you have those goals and it's very easy to have that motivation to meet those goals. And so that's another nice aspect of, the conventional system. But, again, it depends per person. Like I do realize there are some people where that sort of system just doesn't work.
But what is it about biomedical engineering that makes like a more conventional path necessary?
I think there's, again, this sort of, so like, yeah, again, it's this sort of thing where, if you want the best career opportunities, I think you have to have at least a bachelor's degree. And a lot of the times you do need a PhD. And those are the sorts of backgrounds that, of course, a lot of companies will require, or if you want to get into academia, of course, that's the standard path. But then also, it is hard, I guess, depends on what kind of research you're interested in, but oftentimes the research is done in academic labs or in various companies. So, you have to be involved in that system to be able to get that hands-on experience. So that is a major challenge, I think, if you're maybe working in like biology and more, life sciences and things like that. You do have to somewhat work within that system. Whereas something like computer science and deep learning and things like that is definitely much easier to work outside of that system, and you can take a more unconventional path. So
yeah, I mean, there's plenty of literal high school dropouts who have gone on to very successful careers in deep learning research.
Exactly, yeah. So that is a challenge if you're in the more in the biomedical field. But yeah, sometimes you just have to work with that system. And yeah, I think, and I think like also it just depends on, I still think it depends per person, right? Like I still feel like I did get a lot out of the conventional system, which I guess maybe for some people that may be kind of interesting, but like I still feel like I learned a lot going through the bachelor's program, and then even throughout the PhD, getting more experience with research and, learning how to do good research.
I mean, we'll come back to this, but your PhD supervisor is not at all a conventional person.
That's true. Yeah. He also had an unconventional background, and the lab is definitely unconventional. But so like I think there's a balance of like, what opportunities are or what paths are more conventional and what paths are unconventional, and some aspects may be more conventional and some may not be, and it just depends again per person and what works best for them. But I think I still have gotten a lot out of the experience, so it's not like anything that I regret, going through this sort of convention.
And so for you, so I just want to come back to this. So you did the geology and stuff at community college, and did you do some paleontology and astronomy at that community college as well?
Yeah, I didn't take it. I didn't take it officially like a paleontology class, and like there was some, I think part of the geology, there's some paleontology and stuff like that.
Did you end up with any kind of degree or diploma or something from that?
Yeah, so from the community college, I obtained 3 associate's degrees. So those are like 2-year degrees. So
in what period of time?
This is in 2015.
Wait, you got 3 degrees in 1 year?
Well, no, I mean, this still considers like, so basically from 2011 to 2014, I was, that was from 7 to 10. I was, doing this sort of 2 classes per semester situation.
Yeah.
And then from 2014, I graduated high school. And then from 2014 to 2015, I was taking like 4 classes per semester. And at the end of 2015, I got these 3 associate degrees.
3 associate's degrees. Okay. So what were those areas? What the 3 areas?
General science, math and physical sciences, and foreign language studies.
Okay. So then you went into the bachelor's program?
Yes, I went into bachelor's in 2016. So I took another year just to finish up some prerequisites.
Okay.
Things like that.
And then did you do that bachelor's
just to clarify, like, no, I think a lot of the sort of like the problem was like, yeah, I think like community college in terms of like when I was taking like 2 classes per semester, that definitely was like kind of, very slow, I think. And I think that's like, it took a bit of time. And so that's why then I was like, I really need to get out of high school as soon as possible.
Because you were frustrated, right?
Yeah. So I think that was another issue. Like when you say like, oh yeah, like, oh, it's kind of slow. Like, I think that was kind of where it comes from, is like, the 2 classes kind of slowed down.
And to that rule that was like placed on you, required you to go slow. And in hindsight, I guess you're saying you don't see any benefit from that.
Yeah.
So then you did the bachelor's program. So what was the bachelor's program, and where was that? Was that UC Davis?
Yes, that was UC Davis. So I technically, again, I didn't have, when I joined, I technically didn't have all the prereqs for a biomedical engineering program. So I technically joined as biotechnology, which was like my alternate major on my application. But I really wanted to do biomedical engineering. Like, I just really wanted to do that. So I managed to like fit in like all the prereqs and get the schedule worked out. And I changed my major when I joined into biomedical engineering. And like, I was taking, classes over the summer. I took like 3 classes over that summer that I was there, and I managed to graduate within 2 years. So like, typically it's like, once you transfer, it's usually another 2 years. So I managed to finish up in those 2 years, even with some of the missing prereqs, because of the fact that I managed to make it up over the summer. So that's kind of how I set up.
And to be clear, when you say you always wanted to do research, I mean, this is not some implanted memory you believe now. In your TEDx talk when you were 9, this is exactly what you said. You said, I want to finish a PhD before I get my driver's license, which you may yet do thanks to completely failing to get a driver's license in the normal time.
Yeah. I mean, I haven't had the need to right now get a driver's license. So that's why I just can.
And you certainly have a need to not get it unless you fail to meet your childhood dreams.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So 2 years of bachelor's, and, I guess the thing about homeschooling and stuff is, unless maybe your parents did it differently, but at least in our case, we don't really follow a curriculum. It's kind of just like, whatever comes along. Did you find that a lot of stuff in bachelor's was like just revision, or did you find a lot of it was stuff like you didn't have the necessary prerequisites to know what's going on, or what was the experience of that?
Yeah.
And Joel, I'm just thinking back here. You're now like 14 years old, or how old are you when you're doing it?
Yeah, at that time, yeah, I was 13 years old.
13.
I think once I got to my bachelor's, I think for the most part, it was mostly new content. I think there were certainly some, ideas and concepts that I may have, encountered in the past. And so there are definitely some ideas here and there that I already knew. Because it's true that I think it was also I think there's also the aspect of I learn whatever I feel like. So there are some ideas here and there I've learned this already, but for the most part, I think it was mostly new content. So I don't know. I think it was also so a lot of that content maybe it's a little bit harder to actually learn, just based on online resources and stuff like that. Because even some of these classes, some of the classes don't even properly follow a textbook or things like that. It's more of course, it's more like the professors are teaching stuff and and at that point, you're also starting to get, I think, more into part of it is you are getting a little bit more into cutting edge stuff and things like that. So I think it's actually harder to learn and this is again more junior and senior year. So these are upper year, upper class. These are more specialized classes. Again, most of the the freshman and sophomore stuff, a lot of that you can easily learn from online material. But I think once you get to some of the more specialized material, it may be hard. I don't know. Again, I guess maybe someone. It just depends. I think on the field and stuff like that. But I think at that point. So then again, there's there were certain certain stuff if you're to research in a particular field, then you'll know a lot about that. And then of course, if the class covers it, it's there's no point. But you get the sort of, I guess, broad perspective of other research fields as well and things like that.
Yeah,
which
interesting.
Which can be really helpful too as well.
So, okay, let me now switch to the social experience of being a 13-year-old at Bachelors, and I will start by contrasting two cartoon versions of what that social experience might be. I suspect that the 9-year-old Tanishq in that TEDx talk, if asked to describe what it would look like if Tanishq got to go to do a bachelor's, would be oh my God, I'm going to be surrounded by, fascinating people interested in my field, and we're going to spend all of our time talking about really interesting scientific concepts. Where else don't be in a hurry, parent of a friend might be oh my God, it's going to be a social nightmare for them. They're going to be the butt of jokes. They're not going to understand what's going on around them, and they'll be in the midst of adult ideas, which a young mind is not ready for. Yeah, where on that spectrum did you find yourself? What was the experience like for you as a kid?
Yeah. I think for the most part it was again completely I think it was socially mostly it was okay. I think it was again interacting with it's not I've interacted with people of these sort of age groups before, through community college and things like that. I think there was some, sometimes there may be, a little bit of friction in certain aspects of things. So for example, sometimes, students may want to work on projects, for example, overnight at someone's house or apartment or whatever, dorm, whatever. And of course, I wasn't as comfortable, and my parents were definitely not comfortable with that.
And there's also all the like stuff with like there's also all that stuff with like formals and balls and student clubs and all that, which I guess like you wouldn't really have got to participate in.
I was involved in like we had like a biomedical engineering club, so I was involved in that club. And I think there was like maybe one or two other clubs. So I'll go to like some of the socials and stuff like that. And of course, things like going to bars and stuff like that. Obviously, I'm not going to participate in those sorts of things. So, there are certain, again, that's true even now, obviously. So there are certain social activities that I cannot participate in, but like I still also have plenty of other social activities that I participate in. So it wasn't like, certainly, I don't think I wasn't like missing out too much on.
You weren't feeling like, you weren't feeling like you were missing out on something important or feeling jealous?
Not really. I think, I mean, certainly there are some aspects of like, I don't know. For the most part, like I managed to like make it up by like going to a lot of these social activities and, even interacting during class and stuff like that.
And did you get some of that like intellectually exciting engagement about your field of interest that you were hoping for?
Yeah, I mean, socially, like, I mean, again, just from the social standpoint, it's not like I'm always talking about, research and things like that. I mean, of course, there's definitely that engagement I'm getting from going to classes and talking to professors and, even talking to other undergraduate researchers or even some of the, PhD mentors or whatever. So I do get that engagement, but then also a lot of the engagement, the sort of socialization and engagement that I have with other students. At the same time, it was just regular, I guess, socialization, I guess. I don't know. There's nothing like, I'm not always talking about, I guess, biomedical engineering. There's, I'm talking about other things too. So,
Well, you and I always talk about deep learning. So there is that.
That's always true. They're like during the meetings, especially at the beginning, you talk about, what you're up to. We talk about what we're up to and things.
I guess that's always true. I'm very happy talking about deep learning though, so that's probably my fault.
I mean, I like talking about all this research and stuff too, but like, I mean, I just try to balance everything, I guess. Keep everything balanced.
But it sounds like overall that experience was closer to what a starry-eyed 9-year-old Tanishq was hoping for than what a conservative parent might have been worried about.
I think so. Yeah, I think so. I think there was more. I think there's more like I think there's more like things like in terms of like what was maybe more stressful or more concerning was actually more like actual work, like things like just the workload, because I'm taking like again 4 classes, and again most of this sort of work is actually not the learning. It's more of actually doing homework and essays and projects and stuff like that. And that's not, a lot of it is not actually learning the concept. It's just like actually doing that work. And so
it's a lot of time.
A lot of work. Yeah, it takes time. There's a lot of workloads that can sometimes be a little bit stressful. And there's certainly, again, there were some, like I mentioned, sometimes there will be friction between, with certain people. So, it's about sometimes managing those social dynamics. So there's certainly more, I think there was definitely some social dynamics that I had to manage when I was in Bachelors. But for the most part, I think it was a valuable and interesting and engaging experience as a whole. But
are there like, in terms of both the being at the Bachelors and the process to getting there, in hindsight, are there now, regrets or things you wish you had done differently? Or do you feel overall like the path you took is, feels like the right one in hindsight?
Can't think of anything. Yeah, nothing comes immediately to mind in terms of like regrets or anything like that. I think for the most part, I think in terms of the bachelor's program, yeah, I think it did what I wanted to do. I think, okay, so maybe like one thing was potentially, so at the time it seemed like a regret, but now I don't think it like, so like, I think a lot of it was like, being a researcher, even actually during my bachelor's, I unfortunately didn't get to spend as much time working on research as I wanted to. Because there was a lot of classwork, and especially, especially in these last 2 years, a typical bachelor's program, these last 2 years are especially busy in terms of like, for example, the final year we have like a senior design project, which is basically like, we have to design a device and build it, and it's supposed to meet clinical needs and all this sort of, it's a whole process. It's a year-long process, and that's like the requirement. And it takes a lot of time. So there's like a lot of things that like took a lot of time, and I didn't get much opportunity to do research. And so, things like, maybe I don't have many papers when I graduate or anything like that. Like sometimes, and it can be hard to like, compete for things like fellowships and stuff like that when it comes to that. And eventually, like I was originally working in synthetic biology, and the lab that I was working in, and I wanted to continue in that lab. But then, I think the professor was also maybe a little bit concerned about certain things and wasn't willing to have me on.
Based on your youth, or based on? No,
I think more based on the sort of research output, or I don't know. I think maybe so. Like, there's sort of
because you were so busy with all the work you had to do for your bachelor's.
So I was like, I think he was like, so I think
that must have been disappointing.
Like, I shouldn't have spent so much time on classes and stuff like that. Like that was like my thing. Like, why did I spend so much time? I should have spent more time on research. But in hindsight, that allowed me to pivot more directly towards deep learning. So in hindsight, like, I think it was kind of good that I actually, was maybe that didn't work out, and allowed me to pivot into this new field where I feel like it's very promising and something that I really enjoy. And the other thing was like, a few like synthetic biology was like maybe more maybe it could be more exhausting, because it's like that's the sort of research where you do have to spend like an 8 to 6 or 8 to even like sometimes like, you spend like 12 hours in the lab every day, doing stuff.
And also like it seems from the outside, like synth bio is exciting, but also still pretty speculative as far as I can tell, whereas deep learning is changing the world right now.
I mean, I'm still pretty excited about the field, but like, I can, so I'm like still.
That's what I mean by speculative. I'm not saying it's not going to turn out, but like like time spent working on AI in medicine is very likely to have a significant impact on society, whereas synth bio feels like, I don't know, kind of feels like working on quantum computing or something.
I mean, I still think synth bio is probably more like further along in quantum computing, but yeah, I see what you mean. But so I think in the end it turned out for the best, but I think at the time that was definitely kind of like, I think I maybe had a little bit of that concern. I was like, did I do the best thing here? And the other thing is like, like things like competing for fellowships and stuff, because, you see, you're competing with, that was another major challenge, is you're competing with all these students who have gone through the whole process, right? They've gone through high school. Maybe they've even done sometimes they do research opportunities in high school. So they have some research opportunities there. Then they've done the typical bachelor's program. So they've done the 4 years, and usually they join a lab by the end of like their first year. And so they have 3 years of doing research. And so at the end of their bachelor's program, they've probably had already at least one first authored paper. And so when you compare on paper my resume to these other folks, a lot of times they will select, those other folks because they already have all these papers and this sort of experience, whereas I don't. Of course, I'm in a whole different situation in terms of my background and I guess my potential as well, but that's not what they're looking at. So there's also that issue as well, which for a long time, I didn't have any fellowships. It was hard. I did have a fellowship, an internal fellowship from UC Davis, but I wasn't able to get any external. I couldn't get any external fellowships for this reason. So there was sort of that issue as well, where I was like, oh, maybe this is a bit of a challenge, and it's hard to compare, I guess, for these folks to compare.
But I mean, it must have felt like a bit of a serious kick in the guts at the time. Like it must have been a real disappointment.
Yes, it certainly did. I think, at that time I was like certainly like thinking about what I was going to do. And, I was like, yeah, in terms of like getting fellowships, in terms of finding a lab, all these sorts of things. This was at the beginning of my PhD, basically. And it was certainly a major challenge. And
having said that, it's not the kind of disappointment that is unknown for children to deal with. Like kids in sport deal with that all the time, right? They're like, didn't get into the first team or whatever.
Yeah.
It's not necessarily a bad thing to have some experience of failure.
And at the time, it was not like a new experience either. It's not like it's just overall, like I haven't, you'd be surprised. Like I haven't gotten many scholarships or anything like that. People think, oh, you must have easily gotten like tons of scholarships and stuff like that. But surprisingly, I have not been able to, get those sorts of opportunities. Luckily for, undergrad, I did manage to get one scholarship that definitely helped and things like that. But like, it's not like I've heard definitely from a lot of people like, oh, wow, you must have like gotten like tons of scholarships based on your achievements. Like that's not actually the scenario. I've been rejected from lots of different scholarships, lots of different opportunities. So it was not, even at that time, it wasn't something that was new to me. It was certainly a saddening experience. I think each time you get rejected, it still kind of stings a bit. It's not like, oh, I don't care about that, but but eventually I think it all worked out for the best. And I think that's what matters at the end. So, you just kind of have to, even when you get rejections, you have to keep your hopes up that it eventually works out, because it tends to eventually work out. So that was, I've been lucky that that's what happened.
So before we talk about like the PhD more, I'd love to just go back over some things that I was curious about during those earlier years. One is the time you went on the Conan O'Brien show. So for those who don't remember, Conan was huge. He was the big late night show guy, and you were his guest. So yeah, how did that happen?
Yeah, so actually I was on this show, Child Genius, which was this kind of competition for different child prodigies. And so I was there to actually promote that show. That's kind of what, that's why I was invited there. And so, yeah, that's kind of, it just came through that. And so, yeah, they were trying to get some of the contestants to go on various late night shows, and I guess, or different various shows, I guess, like I think like Conan, and like I think one of like the Late Late Show, and like I think Ellen and things like that. So they had some of the kids go on different shows. So I got to go on Conan. And
so we have Child Genius here in Australia. I wonder if it's the same thing. It's kind of like a kind of a quiz show where they do like STEM things and memory things and whatever.
Pretty much. I think it's probably the same show. It was originally a British show. That's the original show, was from Britain, and then they wanted to do it also in the US. So I think they did 2 seasons of the show. I was in the first season.
Yeah, we did 2 or 3 here as well. And weirdly enough, the guy who won the first, I kind of live in the middle of nowhere a bit, but funnily enough, the guy who won the first series in Australia lives like, I don't know, 5 or 10 minute drive from our house. It's really random.
So do you know that person?
I don't. I always feel like I should reach out, but I don't know if it's like lame or not.
It's funny that people now kind of recognize me from these appearances, and it's sometimes, I mean, it can be kind of nice to be like, oh, it's like just kind of an additional connection. Like, I mean, there are people who are in the ML community, and they're like, oh, I remember seeing you on the show. It's cool to see you here now. It's like,
How did you go in the show?
I think you probably know, like, I think it was like a Bojan, on Twitter. I think, or, he's like the Kaggle Grandmaster, who's like, he's the XG Boost guy, as I like to say. Anyway, I remember once he tweeted me, he was like, oh yeah, I remember watching this show, a while back, and, we were rooting for you and things like that. And it was like kind of funny to see. And I think he also was kind of interested. And then there's like, I think someone, one of the collaborators I'm working with right now also, he was like, when I met him, I think at I think it was at ICML in the virtual conference or something. And he like almost immediately recognized me. It's kind of still funny to have people recognize me.
And how did you go in the show?
Oh, he didn't, I was like, so there was like 8 rounds. I got eliminated after the 5th round, unfortunately.
Oh, not bad.
By 1 point or something, it got eliminated.
Not bad.
But it was, still sometimes kick myself about that. But like, it's all good.
At least in the one they had here, a lot of it seemed to be about memory, and it seemed like knowing some basic kind of mnemonic memory palace kind of techniques would have got you a long way. Was that the same for yours?
But it was, I think, it was definitely, it was still like the sheer amount of stuff that you needed to have memorized. It was definitely a little bit difficult, especially the other issue was like, at that time, again, I was like, I think I was still taking maybe 2, it happened during the summer, but at the same time, I was still taking like 2 summer classes. And, these are like 8-week classes that go by very quickly. So I'm like trying to keep up with both my summer classes as well as, this quiz show. So I think that definitely got a little bit tough. I mean, the other contestants definitely did not have anything like that to worry about. There was definitely that where, I felt like, my college classes definitely had a higher priority, but I think that was like maybe one of the reasons why it was I struggled a bit, just because like, it was like a week, it was basically weekly. So like after you do, or like every 1 or 2 weeks. So it's like 1 week of one subject, then you get the material for the next subject, and you've got to like, this is like, okay, this is what the kind of material for the next subject. So you got to study that. So it's like every week it's got to study. And then of course I had my classes, and then sometimes they'll come to your house and film, because they want to have.
Oh, right. Yeah. They do all the backgrounders, whatever.
It was very chaotic. So yeah, in spite of all that, I guess, I managed to semi well. I mean, still some of the memory stuff, I'm still kind of like amazed that I could do some of that stuff still.
Did you learn like explicitly at some point some of those kind of memory palace techniques or kind of, number lists techniques?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So like, I actually
did they teach you that, or that was something you would already spent time learning?
Yeah, I never actually learned anything like that in the past. And then so I never actually did any memory palace stuff in the past. I think maybe something I probably should explore even further now. A lot of it I do tend to just do rote memorization, and it seems to work fine for me overall. Like I've memorized speeches that, like 20-minute speeches, and I can memorize them in like 2 hours, just rote memorization. And I just managed to do that. Like, so I never had issue with that kind of thing. But there were some parts where like, so there was like one part was like a deck of cards and memorizing a deck of cards. That one was a little bit harder to do rote memorization.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So I mean, the day before the actual competition or the actual quiz, we decided to change strategy, and I studied how the memory palace method worked. And this was like, 1 or 2 days.
I mean, there's no way you can do that without mnemonic techniques.
So yeah, this was like 1 or 2 days before the actual quiz. And, of course, that's not including the time going into fly and all the hotel and all that. So this is 1 or 2 days before, about a day before. And I just studied the memory palace technique. We came up with this sort of memory palace, and I was just trying to play around with it. And I was like starting to get like, 49, 50 of the cards now correct. And I was like starting to, I was like, okay, I feel pretty confident about this. Before, I was only getting like maybe half of the cards, and like I was really struggling. And with the memory palace, it really seemed to work. And then it turns out for the actual competition, I did the actual quiz and did the actual memorization. I think we were given like an hour to memorize it or something like that. I think it was about an hour. Yeah, I think it was an hour. And I managed to get all 52 correct.
Nice. Well, some people might not be familiar with this, so can you explain what a memory palace technique is, or maybe specifically what technique you use to memorize the whole deck of cards? Because a lot of people would be, if they aren't familiar with the technique, will be like, oh, okay, this guy's a total genius. But actually, anybody can do this, right?
Yeah. So the way I had it set up was like, so you have like, if it's like a, ace of spades, like an ace of spades or something like that, basically like that you assign it, like an ace, you assign to some sort of, you assign different characteristics. So like ace could be like, for example, maybe a person, somebody or something like this. I think that's how I had it set up. Like the ace was a person, and spades would be like maybe something related to spades. So I don't know, like, some shovel or something like this, something related. And the person like is also probably related. So like if it's an eighth, maybe it'd be something, maybe a person whose name starts with an A or something like that.
Yeah.
And then what you do is that, you have like in this case 52 cards in a deck. So the way I had it set up was like, you have 52 locations in, say, your house, and then, they're in some sort of order. And then you kind of imagine that at each location, you put this sort of card. So by putting the card, you're thinking of whatever object or person or whatever you have with whatever action, based on, ace of spades. So it's like some person with the spade or some sort of action in the person. And then you put them at that sort of location in your palace, your memory palace.
In your imagination.
Exactly. In your imagination palace, which I had as just my house. And then you have it at these different locations. And then when you're remembering it, you can kind of just walk along that path. And, you kind of just visually are walking along that path and like, okay, you're at, for example, you're at the garage. Okay, now in the garage, we're supposed to be there. You've already placed that person. It comes much easier because you have like a person, you have an action. It's more like tangible. It's much easier to memorize than say ace of spades. It's like
exactly.
It's much more easier to
and there's also segues from one to the next. Like
exactly. And you kind of like maybe sometimes some people try to like maybe come up with like a story or something like that to just kind of further cement that sort of that pattern.
Did you ever read the book Moonwalking with Einstein?
I have not.
It's great. Yeah, it's so I don't know if you've heard of Ed Cook. Ed Cook was like the greatest world memory champion of all time, like won, I can't remember, 5 or 6 world championships or something. And basically he worked with a guy called Joshua Foer, who was a journalist / author who considered himself to have a very bad memory, and taught Josh for these memory techniques over a 1-year period. And then Josh Foer entered the US National Memory Championships to see how he went, And it's quite a delightful book, actually. And I've actually met Josh. He's a really super guy. He went on to found Atlas Obscura, that fantastic.
I think I think that website, like all kinds of interesting kind of factoids about different locations.
Yeah. And his point was basically, and anybody can do this to an extremely high level if you just learn how. And I've spent a significant chunk of time learning that as well. The more, it's also useful for learning about your own psychology, because you learn about how brains remember things that are like funny, ridiculous, violent, related to celebrities, related to family members, whatever. So you kind of come up with a story with the properties of things that our brains are good at remembering.
Yeah, somewhere in my house is written down the exact thing. I have to find it. Like I have a paper of like the exact, what I've assigned, for the different cards. And then the other thing is like, I was kind of surprised, like even with Memory Palace, how long you can remember it. I think like maybe like a day or so, I was still able to remember it, which is like kind of surprising, like,
And if you then follow a spaced memory technique for, if you then follow a spaced memory technique for revising it, you will literally know.
Yeah, then you'll remember. Yeah, but I mean, I didn't really care if I remembered that forever. I guess there's something important. You definitely could do that, and So I don't know. That was kind of interesting. So
actually, talking of which, do you use spaced repetition at all, or have you?
I mean, I think I dabbled in it for a bit, but I think it's just like something like there's a so like for me, yeah, I think I definitely still want to investigate it. I guess it's like I think there's a lot of this like the sort of system and also like and it's definitely something that it's like something I just need to get started with, and I still haven't done it. I think I've definitely dabbled with it. Like I think I maybe made a few cards
Like in Anki or something
like that. Like I think there was like an Anki Droid app or something like that.
Yeah, there is an Anki Droid app.
Stuff. And I was like playing around with it, but
So let me just quickly explain to people who might not be familiar with this. This is just like a really simple idea that came out of the 19th century research by a guy called Ebbinghaus, which basically says if you try to remember something that you previously learnt after one day, and then after 3 days, and then after a week, and then after 3 weeks, and then after a couple of months, this kind of exponentially increasingly timescale, you remember it forever with, super linearly decreasing amounts of effort. I actually would love to encourage you to try it because my daughter does it, and it's so cool teaching her and her friend math and knowing they do their Anki cards each day. So I know everything I've ever taught them. They definitely remember all of it, because if they didn't, then their Anki would be revising it at the right time. And my wife's,
the sort of Anki stuff is like, at a certain point, like, doesn't your deck become unnaturally large and like very difficult to deal with? Or
no, not if you manage it carefully, because you have exponentially increasing time distances between each one. That doesn't happen. So I learned Chinese. Using, and I have a bad memory, I would say. I don't know, everybody's memory is pretty similar, statistically speaking, but I think mine maybe is slightly worse than usual. But I learned 6,000 Chinese characters faster than anybody at the Chinese university had ever heard of, basically by doing Anki, and not just Anki, but also using a fairly sophisticated mnemonic methodology that had been developed at the University of Hawaii. And I still remember those characters. And one of the things I really like about it, Tanishq, is that it forces you to get serious about recognizing your both capabilities and limitations, which is to say, if your Anki deck is too much, then you are trying to learn more things than you can remember, So then you have to make a choice. Okay, you're doing things optimally. It's too big. So you now have to decide what things do you want to learn, because you can't, so then you kind of don't end up studying so much that you can't remember it. So I like that about it, And my wife's studying for a master's at the moment. She's already got a PhD, so she's keeping busy, and she's using Anki for the first time, and she's just like, oh my God, I don't have to study for exams anymore. She gets 100% because she knows it all.
I know like medical students commonly use Anki cards for that reason. I don't know how successful it is. I assume it's pretty successful if everyone's doing it, but
I don't know why it's so popular in medicine, but almost nothing else. But I feel like for Claire, she does that for the next 12 years. It's not everything that she's learnt she'll remember. Everything that she's learnt that she wants to remember. So I always say to her, don't add a card unless you want to remember it forever, or your teacher tells you this is something you do need to know. So anyway, sorry for the slight diversion.
Is there like a benefit? Like I know, for example, medical school students, they tend to download Anki decks online and things like that. And I guess my thing was
that's a bad idea.
Yeah, what is it like? Cause, and then I've talked to other people, and they're like, well, it's maybe you're still memorizing it and still remaining in memory. So I guess that's another thing of writing it down yourself versus using other people's Anki decks is also
no, do it yourself. So actually, there's a guy called Peter Wozniak who rediscovered the work of Ebbinghaus independently and has dedicated his life to practicing it and studying it. And he's got a great website called supermemo.guru. And he's got 20 tips for like actually learning stuff. And one of the key tips is like create your own cards. And like they need context, So like for my Chinese, I listened to a lot of podcasts in Chinese, and every character I learned that, I would have the sentence where I first learnt about it as part of the card. For Claire's cards, there's always a drawing or a snapshot from a YouTube video or something of like, this is where you learnt this. And so you've got the context, you've got the reason to remember it, you've got that sense of like, oh, this is what I was doing at the time, all the stuff that helps your brain. Yeah. If you download Anki cards, you miss all that.
Okay. Yeah. I think it's definitely this, this sort of things like, I think also like, I know like, I think like Radek made a whole Anki card sort of situation for, the Fast AI course. He had like a quiz website and all.
AIquizzes.com or something.
Yeah. Yeah, and I was doing it. And I think I was getting emails, and then I think I was doing it. I don't know, but then I think like the email stopped or something. So I don't know if I messed up something or if it just like stopped sending emails. So I think this is a good reminder for me to go back and check that as well, because that obviously the AI stuff is stuff that I definitely want to, make sure.
The only thing I'll say though is if you're using the things you learned, you remember it. Like I never use Anki or anything for like any programming topic or whatever. I just code. So
because I hear like a lot of times, sometimes programmers use it, for example, to memorize APIs and things like that. So as interesting you mentioned that, because it seems like that's another common application. I think like people like sometimes there are programmers who do that. So yeah, I'm curious why. I guess you just never. I guess as you're using it, like. Do you ever feel like you're maybe, there may be certain APIs or certain like commands and stuff that you may feel like you've
I've just never found that. Because I'm using it. Anyway, so after that, sorry, I hadn't quite realized you're on Child Genius and it's the same show, and that's super interesting to me. But I want to, so coming back to, okay, so you're on Conan. Now, I don't know if I'm being ridiculous or oversensitive or whatever, but my reaction to seeing you on Conan was I felt pretty mad, actually. I felt annoyed at him because it's not that he said anything rude to you, but I definitely felt like he was like, I don't know what you say in America and Australia, would say taking the piss, he was like basically laughing at the fact that you're interested in physics, or laughing at the fact that you want to get a PhD. Did you feel that, or did you feel it's all good, or how, looking back, do you feel differently to how you felt then?
I think you may be like the first person who's ever said anything like that before. So honestly, I'm kind of surprised that you think that way. I don't know. It's like, I remember, like, I had a...
I mean, if you didn't feel that way, then that's good.
I had a very positive experience on the show.
Right.
Like, I mean, he was, he was very...
I mean, he seemed like he's very nice to you backstage and whatnot, right?
Yeah. Well, I didn't... The thing was, like, we knew it was a comedy show, and, part of it is we were kind of in on the joke, too, right? Like, I think, I definitely realized that, me, I guess, some of the examples are like, me wishing for enzymes for Christmas list, or, a calculator, or textbooks and things like that. And, it's like, even I understand, even at that age, I realized that is, abnormal. And like, it's not like, those were things like it was also things like we brought up, like, this was like, this is something we could talk about. It's kind of funny. It's like, and like, I realized that, like, this is different. I think it's more like, it was not laughing at me as, it's more like, oh, it's different. It's kind of interesting kind of thing. It's not, that's kind of what it was like. Oh, it's kind of funny that it's interesting. Like, this kid like wants enzyme. Like, even like, I know, like, I really want it, but I realized, people find that kind of odd. And, I didn't take an issue with it.
Well, that's great. I mean, now I feel kind of lame for taking issue with it, because I definitely felt like it.
Conan himself was like, he's a very smart guy too. He went to Harvard, and he's not like, so he, I think, it's just a joke for all of us. I think it was not, you know, they're not,
That's cool. That's great.
You know, that they don't have any ill will against me or anything like that. So,
oh no, I mean, of course not. I was just joking about the fact that you're an intelligent person who has bold dreams. I don't know, like if some kid went on who had just won the under 1700 meters track and field when they were 11, I don't feel like they would be laughing about, you know, if they said like, what do you want to be when you grow up? And you'd be like a professional athlete. They'd be like, do you know, I don't know. It just feels.
I don't know if they were necessarily laughing about that. I think they were just more laughing about like, yeah, you know, kind of funny that, you know, I want insights for Christmas or like, and then of course I was telling jokes too. And I was kind of.
Absolutely. Love your jokes.
That. So, I don't know. I felt like I thought the chemistry between me and Conan and the other guests was, you know, really good, and I kind of felt like I was also in my element at the time. So I don't know. I felt like personally, I thought it was a you know a fairly good interview altogether. And
I mean, obviously it must have been, given that nobody else has complained about this kid before, and you didn't feel the same way. So absolutely, it's that's why I prefaced this by saying I might be totally, I don't know.
I think, you know, I think it was like, you know, Conan is, I think, known for his kind of self-deprecating humor, and I think it was just kind of, you know, kind of along that sort of line of, you know.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, I love Conan, to be clear. I watched him nightly for years. Yeah. I have no problem with the guy. I think he's great.
And it was good that also, like, you know, we met him before the interview and, you know, stuff like that. So just to, you know, make me feel more comfortable. Yeah, I think even like if I did get to meet him and stuff, you know, maybe I could see myself maybe feeling a little bit maybe weirded out by that or something like that. I don't know. And then they really liked me having on the show, and like I think later on they wanted me to do like one of their web exclusives or something like this with like like Pastor Brian Cox or something like this. So they had me for another thing like that.
I never saw that. That's interesting.
Yeah, it's like it's on like the Team Coco website. So I don't think many people have seen it actually, but like I did one. So I came back later. So I actually came back for another episode where Brian Cox was a guest, and after his interviews, I got to watch the interview and, you know, kind of be part of their, you know, part of the backstage and all. And then afterwards, when Brian Cox was done, then I got to interview him, and, you know, just also had another good time.
That's awesome. We love Brian Cox.
So that was another event, and like, I really had a lot of fun actually with, you know, both of those Conan sessions. I was like, that's like one of the coolest things I felt like I've done. So
amazing.
I mean, that's
awesome.
Of course, you know, I've done a lot of cool things. You know, I've had to, you know, I'm very grateful and lucky, but I think this is also one of the cool things that I got to do.
Well, I mean, so tell me more. What are other like memorable moments in your life, or like just things that you look back on and feel a lot of joy or pride or whatever?
Yeah. Well, I'm certainly like, even now is like, I think now I kind of feel like maybe I'm in that stage where like, wow, this is like, you know, part of this sort of AI revolution, and being kind of, you know, at the forefront of that, you know, working at this company that is all obviously, you know, taking leading charge on that, and, you know, working with lots of respectable names in the field, like something like, what we're doing. I just feel like what we're doing right now is, it's going to change the world, right? It's like, or it is.
I feel the same way. Yeah.
And so I'm very proud of that, and I want that to continue as much as possible. And so I'm just kind of like trying to enjoy the ride as well. So that certainly, like, that comes to mind. Like, you know, for example, the Stability AI launch party, I was in attendance for that, and it's like you could see, like, you know, these are like the biggest names in the field, like in the tech industry overall, not just in AI. Like, you know, I don't know if you heard, like Sergey Brin was there, and
I did.
You know, like, they're like, you know, the biggest name in the field, and they're all there to witness this, and it's like I'm lucky to be part of that team. You know, that's kind of, you know, this may be going in the history books. We never know.
I mean, absolutely. And not just part of the team, but a leader in that team.
Yeah. That's why I'm really excited to be in that space. And I think those memories are being made right now.
Yeah.
Let's see, what else?
I mean, it was cool that, like, you know, you invited to one of our regular chats the guy who basically built the technology that Stable Diffusion, that StabilityAI is based on, and we got to hear from him directly how it came to pass. And
exactly, yeah, it's like I know him now through Stability, and it's kind of interesting to interact with, you know, someone who's clearly the leader in the field, and learn from them. Like, that's the biggest thing, is like always try to.
And this is what you really always wanted, right? Like, that you were talking about as a kid, is wanting to do research with top researchers.
Exactly. Yeah, this is definitely the dream. And yeah.
So that's an awesome answer. What about, going back a bit, other memorable moments?
Like, I was going to say, like, the TEDx talk was definitely a memorable moment. I think, there's a lot of preparation that went to that, actually. You know, it was like actually a few months of preparation. So it was actually quite memorable.
I mean, your delivery was excellent, you know.
Yeah, definitely. You know, I practiced it several times. You know, they gave some help as well, and I think it came out well.
It did.
Yeah. Let's see, what else? I think it was like, a lot of the, you know, some of the international trips were also very exciting too. So like,
I was reading about a trip you took to India to VJTI, where your mum was saying that one of your ancestors had been like director of this institute or something. Is that one of those memorable trips for you?
The dean of the college or something like that. Yeah. So I was invited to speak at one of their, I think it was like some tech event, you know, like, so it's like.
So what is VJTI?
Oh yeah, VJTI is like one of the, again, leading universities, the tech universities in India. So, you know, India does have a lot of good IT and focused universities in general. So VJTI is one of those universities. And so they have like this sort of, I think it's like Technovanza or something. It's a fairly big event, multi-day event. And you know, they have lots of different things going on, competitions, talks, all kinds of different, you know, tech related stuff. So they had invited me to give, like, I think it was like kind of like one of their keynote talks, or like they have like a talk series, and, you know, there's a lot of esteemed guests that have given talks in the past through this talk series.
And I mean, it must have been pretty special for your mum too, since her uncle was the director of the place, to be back.
Yeah, well, so he's not anymore, but he was in the past. And I think my mom, you know, had come to the university in the past, and had made, you know, some visits in the past when he was there. And so actually afterwards, after the talk, we actually, you know, they have the living quarters for the dean over there, and we actually made a visit. And my mom was actually a little bit nostalgic about, like, because she actually come there before. She went there before, and, you know, was hanging around. She had made a few visits, so she was actually being a little bit nostalgic about that. And, you know, definitely proud that, you know, then, you know, several years later, you know, I guess a couple of decades later, I'm there to speak. But for me, I think what was really great about that trip was, so, you know, there's a lot of students, and also there was a lot of like high school students as well. So like a lot of high school students came, and it was like, I think they had some competitions and stuff like that. And then they had me like give the awards to all the students, actually.
Wow.
And they also, and then even afterwards, then a lot of the students came up to me, and they were, you know, they wanted to take pictures with me, and they wanted to get my autographs. And it was like kind of like, I think like that's like, I'm very glad to know that I've inspired a lot of, students around the world. I think that definitely a huge impact. Not so like that's another thing like about like I think we'd be talking about this earlier in terms of like what I'm doing as a researcher, but then also my journey as a child prodigy and like balancing that out in terms of like who I am as as my identity, right? I think inspiring all these students, through my journey is something that I'm definitely very proud of. And so I definitely, I take a lot of pride in that. And so that's why, like, I don't want to minimize that, obviously.
Yeah. But so the balance you're talking about there is like, at one level, you were lauded, recognized as a child genius, child prodigy, and that is something which can provide a role model, direction, inspiration for other kids. But at another level, now you're not a kid, you're an adult, and you, I guess, would want to be recognized for your current achievements rather than your interesting past. Is that the compromise you're referring to?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That's kind of what I'm talking about. And so it's these sorts of events where like, I get to talk to some of these people, all these students, kind of face to face reminds me of, that, my journey has had a huge impact on others. And, there's so many moments like that. Like I think I think it was like last year or so, or maybe, a couple of years ago, there was some news about, there's a student who also was trying to accelerate in her academic path in India, and the judge actually cited, I think, my TEDx talk, and used that as a kind of as evidence, or like kind of as just in support of the student. So even kind of, I guess that even in the courts that they are using my case to help other students, and that's obviously something that's
well, as are we. I mean, in my family, I've watched your TEDx talk with my daughter. It's like perfect timing for her because she's at the age that you're referring to in the talk, even though you were 2 years older. And we've also watched Child Genius Australia together, which is generally around about kids that are more 8 or 9, but in the general ballpark. And I think she liked seeing people doing things that seemed exciting and not totally out of reach, and being respected and appreciated for that. Absolutely. I think it does. I think it's made a difference for our family.
Yeah, that's really good to hear. Yeah. So it definitely means a lot to me when I hear that from people. So even so it was good to see that both in person. I was there at the VGTI, and then also in the same trip we also went to like a high school, and I think they invited me in to give a talk, and also my sister to sing there, and then a lot
That's
of
cool.
we're very happy, and they asked us a bunch of questions. They were very engaged, and it was good to see that. It certainly I guess lighted up their day and inspired them. And then I still get messages occasionally on Twitter, Facebook, whatever, and that's also always great to see.
And also, I mean, I imagine your trip to NASA must have some special memories.
Yeah.
Is that chronologically? I'm not quite sure where that is.
My trip to NASA, I must have been like 9 years old or so. So
yeah, it says here you were 9, July 2012.
Yeah. So like that was also like a very interesting trip, because I was like starting to maybe download a little bit of research. So that's kind of when I like started first dabbling in a bit of research. And so that was like me talking about I think it was like something about like citizen science tools and how it can be used. There's something like it was like,
oh, nice.
Moving topography and stuff like that. And there's like different citizen science tools, and I was like comparing them and talking about that. So yeah, I was doing something like that because at that time, of course, citizen science tools were kind of like one of the few ways I could, get involved. So I was like really excited to play around with such tools. And
how did you get that? How did you get that opportunity? Because at least according to what I'm reading, it says you're the youngest person to speak at a NASA conference.
I mean, I've been to a few NASA events in the past, and I think we were able to reach out to some of the folks there, and they were very willing to support me and support my interests. So luckily through that, through some of the folks there. So this is, by the way, this is at NASA Ames. So this is in.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I taught there for a while. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Was that through like Singularity University?
Yeah, yeah, through SU. Yeah. It's a fascinating campus with that giant airship thing in the middle.
Yeah, I remember like the back then. So like I know there was I think they were like dismantling it. I think there's like asbestos problems or something like that.
Yeah, that's exactly right. They dismantled it, and actually they let, if I remember correctly, Sergey and Larry used the airstrip there kind of in exchange for them helping to fund that.
Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
So, yeah, I was lucky to be there before it was torn down.
Well, I as I was going, like, I think maybe some of the first events were like maybe in 2010, 2011, and then I started going for, for a few years. So like I was like watching, seeing it getting dismantled over, months and months, and you just see it like slowly getting dismantled. So it was kind of interesting to kind of see that. But yeah, so I made a few contacts at NASA Ames that way. And
cool.
Head of the Lunar Science Institute or whatever that they had there. And they were really...
I gotta say, for me, it was quite an inspiring place to be around. Like, there's always interesting things happening, and they had this amazing visualization kind of wall. They had quantum computing happening there, and of course, the place is kind of dotted with relics of the space era around the place. So, for me as an adult, it was bloody exciting, but I guess for a 9-year-old, it must have been even more amazing.
Yeah, definitely very exciting. And yeah, I think that was probably that may have been like my first conference. Now that I think about it, I think that may have been like my first scientific conference that I attended. But it was still like mostly like, high school students and stuff, but they're like presenting research and stuff. So it was still kind of like it was like a symposium. So yeah, like a, research related. And so I was, I think that was like a really great event for me to kind of like soak that all in.
And also at that age, I understand, talking of astronomy, you started or co-founded a astronomy club at college.
Yeah. So I guess I was taking an astronomy class there, and then there's a lot of great club opportunities, at community colleges. And so, I think maybe we talked about like, clubs and stuff like that. So like even in community colleges, there are a lot of great clubs in terms of like geology, biology, all these different clubs.
Yeah.
And so even then I was like wanting to get involved in those sorts of opportunities. But it turned out for like the astronomy department, they didn't actually have any sort of student-run club or anything like that. So, I just, brought that up to my professor and said, like, is this something maybe we could have over here? He was also on board and, interested in helping out, because you have to have like one faculty member kind of sign off on your application or whatever. And then we kind of were starting to recruit folks. And so we had some folks who are interested, and we formed a small little club. And then it kind of grew into also a physics club. I think they didn't also have a physics club at the time. So it became like a physics and astronomy club. So I was like the founding vice president. So I was the vice president for like 2 years, I think, 2 or 3 years, something like that. And we kind of started a couple projects. I wasn't unfortunately able to see those projects through, but they managed to finish some of those projects. Like there were some projects, sending up, these high altitude balloons and doing different experiments. And, I was
fun.
I don't know if they I know that they went ahead and finally did some high altitude balloon experiments. At the time I was very interested in astrobiology and, kind of this sort of space biology and things like that. So I was coming up with like experiments around that focus. I don't know if they actually pursued that, but yeah, that was another opportunity where I started getting a little bit more involved in reading papers, that kind of thing. So that was a really useful opportunity for me, and I was really happy to be able to do that. And
so it sounds like a lot of your highlights are absolutely related quite strongly to your studies and your research, at least in that period of your life.
Yeah, I guess so.
So it's not surprising because it's been, not many adults would have had those opportunities.
The maybe a little bit different one. Yeah, I'm trying to think if there's anything else.
No, that's fine. I'm not trying to push you in a different direction. I actually wanted to switch that on its head a little bit, if that's okay, because
yeah, sure.
I'm just thrilled to hear that you've had so many amazing opportunities and experiences, and they've brought you joy and excitement. But I was wondering if you don't mind also sharing, like, what have been some of the toughest moments in your reasonably short career and life so far, and how have you dealt with those?
Yeah, I kind of maybe have touched on a few already in terms of just like a lot of it is dealing with naysayers and folks are.
What was that time being bullied in grade 3? Would that be like up there, or is that kind of far enough in the past now? Or
during the time in community college also, so I was in basically up until I graduated high school, and even after that, even if I graduated high school, like I was taking community college classes in, say, for example, chemistry, and the professor was like, "Oh, I'm not sure if you're, going to be able to carry through the labs and things like that."
What did they mean by that?
Well, I guess it's just more like being able to deal with, I guess, hazardous substances and stuff like that. They were just worried that's not going to be possible with the, I was at that time 10 years old. So,
and Tanishq, just to clarify, does this feel like a tough memory because that kind of prejudice made you feel angry or sad, or is it just the way in which it was stopping you from doing the things you wanted to do, or a bit of both?
I think it was a bit of both. I think it was like a lot of it was definitely, I think, it was very frustrating. That's what it was. It was, frustrating, and, it's just like, there's a lot that you have to deal with. Like, it just felt like, I'm there to learn. And then it's like, you have to deal with all this other sort of like baggage in a way.
Well, exactly. That's how I was actually talking to my wife, Rachel, today before I chatted to you. And it's like, I was kind of telling her what I wanted to talk about. And I kind of said, the way I see that period of life, it felt like you were saying, I want to be allowed to learn. And that there was some group of people who were saying you should not have that right. And that just seems so wrong to me.
Right.
Yeah. I feel angry on your behalf. It's not even
that you can imagine how my parents felt, right? They were especially angry and frustrated with the the administration, with the professors, all kinds of So it was I think that's a lot of where my frustration came. And then of course I certainly as I even in like university, I think certainly I definitely had frustration dealing with certain students and things like that. And like I said, some
what kind of things happened?
Oh, just like again, certain,
like, you mean more like teasing, or
it's more like, again, like I said, working, like they expect you to work overnight with them on things like so. Like there was a lot of, like, for example, tension with maybe like we had a senior design project, and there's a lot of work that goes into that. And even though I was effectively kind of leading the team, like I had in fact conceptualized the idea that we would work on, and we decided that's what I'm going to work on, and all of that. But even then, there's still like a lot of tension between within the group, because there's certain things I couldn't do, like work at someone's stay at someone's apartment overnight to work on the report or designs, whatever. And so
I mean, honestly, that feels pretty callous to me. I mean, they know that you're a kid. Like, it seems like I'm slightly shocked that people would.
Yeah.
Was it like maybe they just felt like you shouldn't be there at all, and that this is their way of?
I think so.
Expressing them?
I mean, it was like, I think it was like certainly like this. I think the expectation was you should just be like a normal college student, right? Like that's kind of the expectation. So I think they may be more willing to work. There's some issues working outside of the outside of those regular expectations. So there was there's a lot of tension definitely within the group, but eventually we managed to resolve that in a I guess in an amicable manner finally at the end. But it was definitely.
How did you do that?
I think at a certain point I think there was also some involvement of the professors and I guess there was, I don't remember if like I don't know if I necessarily did anything, but I think they eventually did become more understanding and accommodating after some time. I think when they realized they couldn't really push me to do these sorts of things. And,
No, I mean, yeah, exactly. Like the outcome that's not going to happen is the 13-year-old acting like a 19-year-old, because I went to 19-year-old.
Well, yeah, so there were certain things like that, and then I mean, of course, there's I think there was going to be a similar situation with a lot of the research that I would like undergraduate research, expectations to be in the lab for some significant amount of time. But I think that was more certainly a struggle with kind of with balancing that with the classwork and things like that.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like quite often you were almost expected or required you were held to a higher standard than the other folks. Like you described earlier with like you had to get A's in your, in college.
Certainly there was higher standards, but then certainly there were also like maybe standards that you would expect of a normal student, but my situation is different, and maybe those are not the same standards that apply. I think there's also that aspect of things. So it's not necessarily higher, just generally, but maybe higher in for my particular situation. Again, that's the same point in terms of like getting fellowships and stuff like that. My situation was completely different. Well, maybe it's not as comparable to the situation of regular students, but that is what all the, application committees considered. And, for that reason, I didn't get any fellowships apart from one internal fellowship from UC Davis, but I went into grad school. And similar, and also with scholarships, it was very hard for me to get scholarships. And I think certainly there's, I think that was also, basically there was that period basically between sort of like, as I was finishing up undergrad, kind of coming, dealing with all the senior design kind of tension and going into grad school, maybe trying to figure out what is the next step, and then trying to find a lab, because, there was, I had planned to join this particular lab. And again, there was another issue, again, things like lab rotations and stuff. Again, there just was, expectations. And I guess I wasn't able to meet those expectations. It was hard working that out. There was, again, some tension in that scenario. I remember one rotation didn't work out because of some tension with one of the project scientists or postdocs or something like that. So there was like, at that time, there was a lot of like attention and definitely some concern about like, what lab am I going to join? And so actually, in reality, I joined a lab quite late, actually, compared to, most PhD students. Because
what was that? So the tension you referred to, like what did that look like? What was happening?
It was more like, I don't know, it was like just trying to, the tension was more again. Lots of these are hands-on labs. There's expectation to be there, from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. or whatever. And so I guess at the time that wasn't something that, again, I'm like only 14 or something.
Yeah.
And then also there's also, classwork and other things. But certainly, yeah. And then I guess certainly there may have been also some prejudice in terms of age as well. I don't like it's not overt prejudice. It's not going to like show it very clearly, but I felt like that probably is still that under.
But I mean, and that's part of the tough thing about prejudice and being different is it's very, very rare you can actually definitively point at something and say this was due to prejudice, but at the same time, there's always going to be a big part of you wondering, which I think is...
Yeah. This is what, like, my mom is always like, oh, they might be like... My mom always thinks, like, folks are prejudiced about, like, certain things, but, like if you think about, like, my mom is probably right, but, like, you don't want to, like, believe, like, how can everyone be like that? But, like, it turns out, like, it's... People do tend to sometimes feel threatened. And I think the same is, like, true now for my sister. She's in this sort of very competitive field.
Oh, wow, in music.
In music and in singing where, there's limited spots and, like, trying to get positions. And, she's very young and it's like, she's trying to get positions and it's very difficult. And there's definitely a lot of that bias and prejudice happening there as well. And so, my mom is always, like, calling that out. And, it's like, it's probably true. There's probably a lot of that happening. Then you just kind of don't want to believe, like, how can people actually be like that? But just, people are like that. So
yes, they are. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So let's talk about the PhD. I mean, let's keep kind of going chronologically. So it was hard to find a lab and but what happened? How did you find something and what did you find?
So, like, again, like, the plan was, like, okay, I was doing some lab rotations, but then I was, like, the backup was still the synthetic biology lab. But then eventually I was like, but then I'm like, okay, I did a couple lab rotations. And as I said, a couple dropped out as well. And then then I was, like, going back to the synthetic biology lab. Then he was like, actually don't really want to have you on board. Or, he wasn't interested in having me in the lab anymore. And this is after me, like, I was in the same lab for the entirety of my undergrad, right? So I was in there for 2 years. Then even the summer after I graduated, it was like, if you are going to be in my lab, I want you to spend a few more months doing some hands-on work. So I spent like my, 2 or 3 months in the summer also working in his lab.
Oh, wow.
Even after that, and he was like, he didn't feel my research output was that great, or, it was not as... And he didn't feel like the environment that he was providing was going to be the best environment for me, which I don't know if that was true.
That sounds like maybe they had kind of made that decision already, and
it's possible. I think that may be possible. But maybe it may have also been possible that if they were in that lab, it might not have been the best environment for me anyway. So,
well, I was going to ask. I mean, it seems like computational biology seems like a fairly natural fit for you, which is kind of like what you're doing now, right? It's like neural nets and whatnot, and not a whole lot of, pipetting hazardous materials.
What he wanted me to do was so my undergrad research was mostly a lot of computational biology, but his lab is technically a synthetic biology lab. So, and then I think he wanted me to do some, I mean, I also was like, I don't know if I can do this computational biology for the entire PhD. So he wanted me to,
I see.
First play around and do things like that, in the lab. And so it was still a mostly synthetic biology lab where you have to do lots of hands-on work. And, the students are there from, again, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. And, they're working long hours trying to get their experiments to work. So I don't know. In reality, maybe, it might not have been the best scenario.
So what happened? So where did you go and how did that happen?
Yeah. So then I was like, then that lab said no. I was kind of like really like, what am I going to do? Because like that was my backup, and the lab really didn't work. And then I was like, what about doing some machine learning? Because at this point, I started, taking the FastAI course. So this was in like early 2019. So like,
yeah. So I guess most people watching will know this, but the FastAI course is my deep learning course. Yes, and so you are an alum of that course, which isn't entirely online. And so how old were you when you started that course, and why did you start that course?
So I must have been 14 when I started the course. I think I was just very interested in machine learning because it was just a hot topic at the time. Right. And I think, so like I attempted to learn, I guess it's kind of going now into my machine learning path. But I think I may have seen like things like Kaggle and stuff like that. I was like, oh, this is kind of really cool. So this would have been in 2016. So I was like, I checked out Kaggle. I took.
Cool. So, sorry, I'm just going to keep filling in things. Again, I guess most people are going to know these things, but so Kaggle is the main kind of international competition platform for machine learning practitioners, where I was the president and chief scientist when it was started. So, sorry to keep interrupting.
No worries. Yeah. And the funny thing is, like, when you start with Kaggle, it's like, I think there's part of it, like, when you first see it, you're like, oh, these are competitions and we can win money. And it's like, oh, wow, it's so cool. But then like eventually you're like, it's not about the money. It's just about the experience and learning. So I think it's certainly when I first started, like, oh, that's pretty cool. I'm like, oh, wow. Okay. But then like you go into it and it's like, okay, it's, it's more about the experience. It's very hard to, and part of it is anyway.
And the community, perhaps. I mean, there's a lot of, people helping each other and stuff.
Yeah. And there's a lot you can learn from Kaggle. And so this is in 2016, actually. So this is even before I went into my bachelor's, right? Before I went into UC Davis.
Wow.
So I checked out Kaggle. I then decided I'm going to learn some machine learning. So I actually took Andrew Ng's Coursera course.
Yeah, great.
So I took that. So that's like one of the leading machine learning courses. I think Coursera was originally founded to host that course, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, with Daphne Koller. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a really good course. But like, I think that's, again, still more like from the basics kind of.
It's a bit more of an academic approach. Mm.
Yeah, it's more pragmatic, like a typical approach. And I feel like it didn't really help my, more of the practical side of things, right? So, I was still like playing around with Kaggle, but like, I feel I'm like not like, I felt like my skills were not progressing anywhere. I'm not like improving in terms of, how I'm doing computations, nothing like that. I feel like I'm not going about this the right way. So I, in fact, took a break from Kaggle and, exploring that for a bit. Then I think at one point I decided to visit it again in like late 2018, and I was seeing some nice Kaggle notebooks. So just to, I guess, fill in again, a lot of the on the Kaggle platform, and especially with a lot of the competitions, people will post example code, and you can run that code and play around with it.
Right.
And like it's like in a Jupyter, a lot of the times Jupyter notebook, so it's got a lot of explanations and things like that as well. So it's a very good to also just go over a lot of these notebooks if just for learning purposes. So I think I was just kind of interested in what's out there, and you
have ended up becoming one of the only notebook grandmasters in the world on that.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yes, eventually I really like creating notebooks, and again,
me too. I am also one of those notebook grandmasters. Yeah,
I'm a notebook grandmaster, and a lot of it was using the FastAI library, and it's funny because that's where I first discovered like the FastAI library was.
Oh, okay.
Notebooks, and I think it may have been like by I Foss or one of those. Again, he's a notebook grandmaster, and I think in one of the notebooks he was using FastAI, and the notebook did very well in the competition as well. And I was like, okay, this is very interesting, and it looks very simple, but it's like doing very well, and I should check out this FastAI stuff more. And I actually remembered that I once saw FastAI on Twitter or something like this, and they had this course, and like I was like thinking about looking into that course a bit, and I think I may have watched like the first lecture, or at least maybe the first 30 minutes of the first lecture, something like that. And I decided maybe I should dig into it more. So I found so this was by late 2018. I'm just giving like a whole timeline of everything.
That's great. I love it.
Then I took I went to the lectures, but I think that I went to like the first 2 lectures, but then right after that, I think you released a new course, I think, or something like that. So then it's like, okay, so I think you like released a new course, a new part 1 portion of the course or whatever. So then I was like, I'm just going to go through that. So then I went through the entire course, and at the same time.
So you did part 2 as well, part 1 and part 2?
Yeah, so I did part 1, was released. You had it released, right, to the full public. So then I went through part 1. I was participating in the forums, asking my own questions, answering other people's questions. Then as I was also going through part 1, I looked at some Kaggle competitions. So there was one, like, I think one of the audio classification competitions. And I kind of like participated with that. And, I was so actually, at the end of the competition, I was actually very close to bronze medal. I think I may have missed like by like 5 spots or something like that. But it was kind of disappointing, but also like, I felt like I was doing so much better than I was before. And I think a lot of what I learned from FastAI really kind of, provided lots of useful skills. And then on top of that, I was also playing around with, I decided, well, I'm interested, of course, in biomedical engineering, medicine in general. So I decided to take a medical AI data set. So I looked at diabetic retinopathy, which is like, they oftentimes they're, imaging the eye, the whole setup. It was actually
so this is diagnosing diabetes through eye images, which is very much a thing, and something that it turns out, mainly thanks to that competition, we've discovered that computers are extremely good at.
Yeah, exactly. So this was there's an older competition, and so I just took the data from that and was just playing around with models on that and stuff. And I kind of did in a systematic approach for the stuff that I'm learning in the past class. I'll apply it. And so that's kind of how I went through the course.
And did you then do the part 2 as well?
I did the part 2 live. So I think I was invited through your kind of, I guess, your fellowship program or whatever.
Oh, okay.
Contributions to the forums. And so I did part 2 actually live, with the live streams.
So for those who aren't familiar, like the part 1 course of FastAI is kind of the introductory beginner level. I mean, it does take people up to kind of world-class best practices, but of specific, fairly well-developed and understood applications. Whereas part 2 is cutting-edge research level, reading papers, implementing papers, trying out new things that haven't existed before. So it's lots of teenagers do part 1. I think not many teenagers do part 2.
Yeah. So that was a really fun experience. And the other thing was like, I feel like I also learned a lot of like, just general software engineering and stuff from both of these courses, which is also really, really useful and really helpful. But then, so that was part 2, which ended, I think, maybe somewhere in May or something like that. So that was around the time when also, I was like in this kind of struggle to find a lab. And so, I really enjoyed both.
And was that the one, I'm trying to remember, was that the one where we did all the super resolution stuff with Jason Antic, or was that the year afterwards?
I think it may have been, or no.
I'm just asking because I know you've ended up in image reconstruction for microscopy. I think it might be the year before.
It might have been the year before. Down Rio was, I think, the year. Let's see. I think that.
No, it would have been. It would have been that. Oh wait, no. Sorry, that was actually at part 1, 2019 was when we did it.
Yeah.
Yep.
So I think this is the year that we had the Swift stuff. I think after 2019.
No, that was 2019 as well. I think it was. Oh gosh, it's all blurry.
After 2019, did you do another part 2? I don't think so, right? You did 2020.
2020 didn't have a part 2.
And then 2021 kind of.
2021 didn't even have a part 1.
Yeah. So then it was 2019, then that was the one with the Swift. And so I don't think you covered super resolution stuff.
No. Well, actually, the super resolution stuff actually was in part 1 of the course, believe it or not. It was lesson 7 of part 1.
Okay. Oh, okay. That may be right. Okay, yeah.
I'm just looking at course 18.fast.ai to remind myself. Part 2. Here we go. Oh, okay. So lot of stuff that would be relevant to you. We did cycle GANs. That's when cycle GANs came out. Style transfer. We did, so first lot of super resolution actually was the end, lesson 14 of 2018. So people who are not familiar with the field, this will all be total mumbo jumbo, but basically it's, very strongly related to cycle GANs in particular is like literally what you research now, right?
Yeah.
Part of it.
But I actually took course 2019, so that was
okay.
But I definitely did look at a lot of those lectures still, because I definitely knew about the super resolution stuff. I think.
Yes. Okay. So 2019 lesson 7 was when we did the really full on super resolution.
Okay. So then maybe that's what I saw. Then that may be what I saw.
We did GANs. We did units.
Right. Yeah. So yeah, at that point I was like, okay, I'm really liking this deep learning stuff. I even a lot of my Twitter feed became about deep learning, and I was following a lot of these folks in the deep learning field and that sphere. And so
do you want to quickly describe what deep learning is and what it does?
Okay.
Again, I guess most people will know, but just to, make sure nobody's left behind.
Do you want me to explain, or you want to?
Yeah, I want you to explain.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. I can say things as well, but
I guess
it's a perfectly good job.
I mean, of course, you hear all about AI, and then this is kind of a subset of artificial intelligence AI, where you apply these neural networks as they call them, but they're really just very very flexible functions, I guess, that you're able to quote unquote train by passing in data. So it's just a kind of a different framework altogether in terms of programming. Usually you write down some rules and algorithms, and then you run it on your data and you get your results. But in this case, you take data and you pass it into your neural networks, and you run these sorts of training processes, and then you get this sort of neural network at the end that is trained.
Just learned how to do things. Yeah, and learns how to do things that you can't write the code for. The way I describe it to people is it's basically deep learning is like the thing that's responsible for pretty much every amazing breakthrough in AI in the last few years.
The
fact that your phone, you can speak to it, that is thanks to deep learning. Mm-hmm. The fact that you can search your photos for pictures of cats, even though you didn't say which ones have cats in, that's thanks to deep learning.
Yeah, all those superpowers.
Yeah. Okay. So you started doing this before even settling on a PhD.
I was dabbling in machine learning for a while, but then when I took the FastAI course, that's when I became really focused on this, and I decided, okay, if I'm not joining this synthetic biology lab, then maybe I can join something more machine learning focused. So again, I found another lab. I did a rotation in that lab. Unfortunately, also that didn't work out. So then this was a machine learning lab, but again, I guess it was just not a good fit. I think it was more of it was still kind of maybe molecular biology and things like that, but that was more. I think I was still more interested in more like the medical aspects of stuff, where it's like more applied. I think maybe that's also kind of. There was, the fit in terms of the research ideas and projects that I was interested in, maybe wasn't really there. So then at this point, this is like end of summer of 2019, and most people, get there, they join the lab, if the people in my batch, they would have joined the lab in like March, and I'm like way behind here. Wow. So I even had special meetings.
So were you feeling a bit worried at this point?
I am very worried. I was extremely worried, and my parents were worried. What are we going to do? And so I even met with the chair of the grad group a couple times, and then the chair
at UC Davis.
Yes, at UC Davis. And then he mentioned a couple of labs, and a bunch of other labs that are doing more medical research with machine learning, and then he was like, there's this one lab that's also going to be joining it at the grad. So it hasn't actually joined the grad group yet, but it's going to join the grad group this coming up year. And there was also, he was like, okay, maybe there's also other labs on campus, which if you're not part of the grad group, then they may be able to join the grad group if that's something you're interested in. Because we're like, maybe there's not many good labs even within the grad groups. Maybe there are other labs at the university that I could join, but they could maybe join the grad group. So we're trying to figure out all kinds of situations, but still mostly focused on doing AI research because I figured, that was what I want to do. So then there was like a couple labs that I met with the professors, and then I finally got to meet my current professor, and like he was showing his research, and I thought it was quite interesting. And I felt like, again, it's like a medical research that was more directly applicable, right? This is like microscopy and pathology, and it's like actually working with how specimens in the clinic are being handled and examined. And it's like, if I can do good research of this is something that would have, a positive impact more directly. At least that's how I felt at the time. And I mean, I still feel that way, but I'm saying that's how it looked like when I was looking at this research. And, almost immediately I was like, yeah, this is a good lab. This seems like there's lots of great deep learning opportunities. And I immediately kind of said, I'm going to join this lab. I didn't even do a rotation or anything. And I was like, yeah, I'm going to join this lab. And he was like, yeah.
So what's the name of the lab, and who are we talking about that's running it?
Yes, this is Dr. Richard Levinson, he's a professor of pathology. So he actually has a background in pathology. So he did his MD a while back, like I think in the 70s. So this is like a long time ago. And then after that, he went.
And just to clarify again for people who are not sure, so pathology, my late Tyson's explanation is like kind of like looking at things like biopsies and whatnot, under a slide, maybe staining it a bit and looking at the cells and so forth, trying to do a diagnosis and so forth. Is that roughly?
Basically, like if you need to, oftentimes to, especially like things like where, the cellular information, like the actual cells in the body, matter. And you need to take those sorts of samples and then, analyze it under a microscope. Yeah.
And pathology covers other things as well, of course, like blood tests and whatnot. But I think your work is mainly around the medical imaging side of pathology, histopathology.
Especially like, for example, a lot of it like cancer, but I mean, we do, of course, there's still other areas, but a very common application is looking at, different cancers and, getting biopsies of different cancers and examining them under the microscope and providing a diagnosis. That's a very common application, but there's still.
And so this is like, okay, so like I had already come across you through our forums. So FastAI has a very bustling forum community of deep learning nerds like me and Tanishq. And I'd never spoken to you directly, but I had, interacted with you on various threads and I had no idea.
Because like for a long time,
I had no idea who you were. I think I vaguely had a sense that you were like surprisingly young, maybe, or even, I'm not even sure I knew that.
I kept my profile like for a long time actually pretty like an anonymous profile. So like I didn't actually put any information about myself on most of the machine learning, like even on Kaggle and stuff like that. I actually kept myself pretty anonymous for a while because
that's interesting.
Also just interacting with people online. I think
is that basically so there would be no kind of expectations or prejudice or anything, but just interact with you for your work and nothing else, or was it more accidental?
Like I mean, I think it was like, especially my, I think it's something you hear from, I heard, you hear from a parent, from like, just be careful who you're interacting with online, and like, don't put a lot of, you don't want to put too much information. So like at the most of my sort of like public communication for, my identity was there. It was mostly through Twitter and Facebook, and then kind of mostly everywhere else I was pretty much anonymous. It was more kind of like, for safety, for that purpose. But
I see. But I did know your supervisor, Richard, because I had started a medical AI company a few years earlier, and medical imaging became our focus, and histopathology was something we were interested in looking into. And we spoke to Richard because he was doing really interesting work there.
Yeah.
And then before my first chat to him, one of my colleagues said, like, I think I read something about this guy, something to do with pigeons. And I looked up Richard Levinson pigeons, and I'm like, oh my God, he's taught pigeons to diagnose disease through looking at histopathological slides, which is remarkable.
Yeah, so he's like sometimes like to say AI stands for avian intelligence because of the pigeons.
Because he ended up, the pigeons got roughly the same level of accuracy as expert pathologists.
You see things like, for example, like you use multiple pigeons and average out the prediction, and it gets better. It's like it's funny because like techniques.
An ensemble of pigeons.
Yeah, exactly. An ensemble of pigeons. I mean, that's something.
So he's obviously okay. So like based on the fact that he attempted to replace human pathologists with pigeons, and B, he brought under his wing a kid to supervise on a PhD. He's obviously open-minded.
Yes, he is.
And or crazy or something.
Yeah, I think, he's got unique ideas, like ideas, a lot of people don't tend to think about. And I think that's, And you can see that, like, with his career, like, he's got a very different career, right? Like, his career was, he did an MD, but he never, like, really was much of a practicing pathologist. In fact, that he like a professor, but then like after that he went into industry, and he was actually working a lot in like hyperspectral cameras and stuff like that. So he was doing a lot of optics actually.
Right.
And then even at his time in these companies working in this field, he actually started applying neural networks. So like very basic, perceptrons, which is like the basic sort of neural networks, like very basic neural networks. He was already applying. This must have been in like early 2000s. So he already had actually some, machine learning experience from that side of things. So, I mean, but like, he's got a very unique path through going through medical school and becoming, this professor, and then doing industry. And eventually he was like, he says like he got called to join UC Davis, and he just joined UC Davis.
So Tanishq, what was it like when you met him?
I mean, he was certainly a very interesting but very friendly character, right? He was like, and he's like, he has like the pigeon poster there in we have it in the hallway of our lab, and so he's like showing that, and he's showing, of course, the research, and so he was very excited to show, and then we just connected about other things too, like he also was like. He's got, again, like a musical background. So, of course, he, I think, was also like in the San Francisco Boys Chorus, just like I was, And,
which we hadn't talked about, right? So, you're piano and choir, right? Is your...
Yeah, I did choir when I was younger. I played piano a bit. And, like, when I was, again, really young, then I think I just kind of, I kind of stopped and, like, never really, like, pursued that any further.
I know that feeling, yeah.
Which I think my parents were like, oh, no, like, I mean, we spent a lot of money on those things, but like,
I remember when I was like 13 or something, and I said very earnestly to my mom, like, I want to stop doing piano lessons. I'd done them since I was like 7, and she was like, are you sure? One day you might look back and regret that, because it's like, and I was like, no, I'm absolutely sure. I have no interest. And now I look back and I regret that.
I think
not that I've told Mom. I wouldn't admit it to her unless she watches this, but
like piano is like, something like, I don't know, like, I guess like, I mean, of course, still know like very basic stuff, of course, but like, I don't like choir is something like, I think now is like, at the time, like, definitely, I think I wanted to continue it at the time. So like, I was in choir from like maybe 5 years old to 10 years old, something like that. So I was there for like 5 years or whatever. And I was there for quite some time. And so, I kind of wanted to continue, but then the thing was, I became a full-time student. So I'm like a full-time student where I was taking, I graduated high school, and I went to community college now as a full-time student, taking multiple classes per semester as opposed to standard 2 classes. So it wasn't working because this is in San Francisco, and I live in Sacramento, and it was like an hour and a half drive. Both ways. It's like 3 hours just driving, and this was like 2 days a week. So that's like 6 hours in a week is just gone in just in the car, and that was so. It was like there's a lot of time commitment. Even just the regular classes are like again like 2 hours, and then when you get closer to the actual concerts, or like multiple rehearsals, because like the San Francisco voice course is like one of the top voice courses in the world, right? Wow. It's actually like San Francisco voice course and like the Vienna voice course or something like that. Like these are like top courses in like voice courses in the world. So like they're very top notch and very professional. And so, and actually I got to, I actually got to sing, like, for example, I also sang the national anthem at the Giants game, actually.
Amazing. Wow. I had no idea.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So even I've sung the national anthem, and also for the Oakland A's.
So maybe you and your sister can swap sometime, and she can start doing the Fast AI course. And
yeah, but like, so I think that's kind of where my sister like became really passionate about music, actually, because she sometimes coming to a lot of my classes. My mom is driving me, and she's taking my sister along, and my sister really was like enjoying that. She's like, "Why can't I sing in the chorus?" And like, "It's a boys' chorus. Oh, you can just sing that." So, but then she became really passionate about music at that point. I mean, she's already kind of playing around with like singing, like.
But she's not like, "Why can't I train neural nets?"
No, she's not like that. Unfortunately, I would be happy if she was like that, but that's not. No, but yeah, so actually, in a way, like that kind of maybe helps with her, interest in that. So, I guess there was some benefit, but then I think, so like I was finished, as I went into community college, I couldn't take this, it was not working out in terms of the time commitment and stuff. So I stopped, but I at the time it was something I was pretty kind of, I was kind of sad about it, but like, I definitely realized that, the community college is, more important to me. So, that was a worthwhile sacrifice for me, but like, there was still like some aspect of it.
Anyway, so this was something you had in common with Richard. Yeah.
Yes, that was something I had in common. And then he also has he knew some relatives of like one of these famous composers and stuff. And he's just like generally also like a musically minded person, like goes to a lot of these concerts at UC Davis and things like that. So we were just kind of connecting over that too, and especially my, how my sister is also very interested in that kind of field.
And so was that like a pretty did that all go pretty smoothly then? Like you guys connected, and it's like, okay, this is obviously going to happen.
A good connection, and so I think at that point it was definitely something like The funny thing was like, so he was talking about the psychoanalytic research because like this is something like he was interested in pursuing already. So this was like something that he was interested in pursuing.
Yeah, because I think I spoke to you guys pretty early on, right?
Because we were already interested in pursuing that. Yeah. So that was like, he was like already like, let's do this. And
I remember we had a call and he was like, "Oh, you might know this guy. He's, from your community." And I was like, "Oh yeah, I think I do kind of know this guy."
So immediately he was like already interested in psychedelic stuff, but it's kind of funny because like up to that point I was playing around with all this classification and segmentation or what is like different machine learning tasks. And then but like these sort of generative tasks, which is like what the psychogan stuff. Like I wasn't
so psychogan is like a technique for taking an image and turning it into a different image.
Exactly.
And that would be very useful in particular in pathology if you could take an image which is easy, fast, and cheap to acquire and turn it into an image which is slow and expensive and difficult to acquire, but has like useful features for diagnosis, whatever. Is that the kind of idea?
Basically, describe the research in a nutshell that I do. Yes. So, but like those were techniques I hadn't played around with in the past, and honestly, at the time I didn't find it that interesting. But then I was like, you know what, give it a try, and still deep learning, and it's still going to be, I think it'll still be fun. So that's what I decided. Like, I wasn't actually expecting to like really I wasn't sure if this is something I'd actually enjoy, but like I figured like this is deep learning and this is like still very cutting edge. And, again, the application is what matters to me the most, I think, that it has a useful application at the end. So I decided to give it a try. And now I'm like really all over this sort of generative, these sorts of, machine learning tasks. And so that was kind of funny. But yeah, like you mentioned, like this was something we wanted to do early on. So like he would say, this is a project that I'm interested in. He had some other projects too, but this was like the one I figured like, okay, I'm going to give this one a try. There was like one other project that he also suggested and I gave that a try, but then I didn't find it as interesting. So this is the one that I really pursued. And then I think I saw like, for example, I saw the talk with Jason Antich at like Facebook or something. I think that.
So I just discovered we need to pronounce his name Jason Antic, by the way. So even though I've been butchering it for the last few years, so yes.
Okay.
So Jason Antic being, another Fast AI alum who's gone on to great things. He started a startup based on exactly these kind of techniques, but in his case, it was taking black and white photos and taking them into color photos.
Yeah. So like I saw that talk and I was like, wait, this was something that we talked about like in the lesson, right? And I was like, well, this is something that maybe would work well here. And like, these are some of the techniques that I think we should examine and study. So I brought that up to my professor, Dr. Levinson, and he was like, oh, I know Jeremy. I was like, wait, how do you know Jeremy? And it's like, it turns out like he knows like a lot of people, right? So he knows like, I think he knows you. Yeah, he knows you. He knows, like he knows Daphne Kohler. She's the one who was doing like also I think she's doing pathology stuff too now.
Yes, she was. So she was involved in the computational pathologist CPath project at Stanford with Andy Beck. Mm-hmm.
Well, but I think the startup that she's working on is still also I think it's called In Citro or something like that.
Yeah, that's right. She ended up doing after co-founding Coursera, she then founded a part of the thing at Google's. Yeah.
Yeah. So he knows her and he knows a lot of people in the field, not just like in pathology, but in deep learning and like in all these different fields. And I'm like, wait, that's another great thing about having, this sort of PI. He's very well connected, which is also really nice to have. Like, it's good to have people who are, well connected and can get you the resources that you need. So like even, of course, like, there are researchers who are, the leading researchers in the field. So like he knows all the computational pathology researchers, like pretty much all of them. And so like, I'm more.
So how old would you have been at that time when we were on that call together with Richard?
Yeah, maybe like 15, maybe 14, 15, something like that. Yeah. So
I mean, like the thing I've really noticed about you, Tanishq, in the last 4 years, is like how much you've developed as a person. Like really, I mean, you know what I think of you because I've actually said it publicly in the Fast AI course. I think you're incredible. Like, I mean, obviously smart and hardworking, but also thoughtful and generous and kind and fair. Yeah, and I honestly, when I was first chatting to you, I kind of felt like you were pretty raw. You're a nice enough guy and certainly smart and good to work with, but I wouldn't have kind of put you up as one of the, in the same way. But like over the last 4 years, it seems to me like you've really grown out as a person into somebody who's very special, a very special human being. Do you feel like you
realize that as I'm, living my life? So that's very interesting to hear for sure. Like,
yeah, no, it's quite striking for me. And interesting to like, whether it's like, is it just, there's actually a lot of years between being a 15-year-old and a 19-year-old, but also like working, on a doctorate, you're part of a team and people are relying on you and you're having to navigate situations, but not as a precocious kid who's trying to force their way into things that hasn't been designed for them, but as a colleague, and yeah, so maybe there's just that I don't know where I'm going with this, but I'd be interested to hear what your thoughts are about the experience of like doing a PhD and whether that was quite a different experience to the before.
So actually, this goes back. It's interesting you bring that up in terms of like being a kid who's like trying to do, because like even in Bachelors, like at a certain point, like most people don't realize, like if they're meeting me for the first time, they don't realize that I'm young. Like, I mean, oftentimes I'm not going to mention that, the first time, like, I'm going to say, hello, I'm Tanishq and I'm 19 years old. That's not how I'm going to introduce, especially if it's like directly related to research. That's not obviously not what I'm going to do.
No.
Even in like, so even like Bachelors, I think like I've taken a couple classes where I went the entire class and no one knew, anything about me. And I was like, that's fine. I don't really care. But like, I think of course within the actual, my actual class of the biomedical engineering batch or whatever, they all knew because, that news is going to spread pretty quickly. But outside of like, taking other classes and stuff, a lot of them didn't realize that I was so young. And the same is true, I think, when I, in my PhD. So yeah, I mean, after like, basically like after 13 or 14, I think, you don't really realize that you can, if you look at me, you don't realize that. I think a lot of people don't realize that I'm young. I mean, some people will still say, you look kind of young, but they don't you don't bring it up. Like oftentimes they don't bring it up until like sometimes maybe I might mention it in passing or something. They're like, wait, you look young. And, that makes sense actually now. Like, so, but in my PhD and I'm doing stuff, most people don't realize my age. I think there may be maybe a couple collaborators. I don't know if they know my age or not. Like I never bring it up. And I just interact as I would, as a regular, as just a regular researcher.
I imagine that feels pretty good.
Sorry?
I imagine that feels pretty good. I mean, because like it seems like you had years of trying to prove that you deserve to be somewhere, and kind of like, and also like not really being able to quite do the same things in the same ways as everybody else. That must be a real nice change.
Yeah, like, I definitely feel like, well, I think there's still some, I mean, at this point, it's like, some of it is like, I do think, like, sometimes I worry if I'm like, behind in terms of research, output and things like that, and still a concern that I do have. I think it's less of a concern now because like, I'm seeing the end of the tunnel and I'm seeing like, I'm going to get like, a few papers and, I've done like good research but I think I was beginning beginning my PhD and beginning the, even that original phase in Dr. Levinson's lab, I was still kind of worried about that. How's that research output going to look like?
I mean, those are all very normal PhD reactions though.
They are, but also, I don't, well, the other thing is like, again, it just depends. Like, I think there's certainly a lot of like comparing to, you compare to others and you kind of see, and obviously it's like, it's not the best thing to be doing, but it's still like, something that kind of naturally happens, right? Like,
of course,
everyone says, you shouldn't compare yourself to others. You should be comparing yourself to yourself. And,
easy to say.
That's what people say, but it's still, hard to, practice what people are saying in terms of.
Yeah, no, I mean, the people that say that probably don't practice it either.
So, there's definitely still that aspect of things. I'm seeing like my colleagues, they got like 5-10 papers. I'm like, oh my gosh, I only have like 1 or 2. And like, the other thing is, I'm definitely in this I'm in a different environment. A lot of them have labs that, have 10, 20 people, maybe even larger than that. They're working a lot of collaborative projects. In my case, my lab was actually a very small lab, actually. I'm the only PhD student in the lab.
Wow.
Which is a very unique situation to be in. And I'm actually Dr. Levinson's first PhD student. So we're actually co-learning at the same time in terms of the PhD, process. It's a very.
But now you have quite a few papers to your name.
Yeah, I do have some papers, so I'm definitely proud of that, and yeah, I'm seeing there also
And a book, at least one book chapter that I'm aware of.
Yes, yeah, that too. Which that was luckily something that I got that opportunity shortly after I joined the lab, so I was very happy about that. And so these sorts of opportunities definitely put my worries at rest. I mean, I still kind of worry about it once in a while, but I definitely feel like I'm in a much better situation now. But apart from, I mean, yeah, as you said, those are probably regular PhD worries. But yeah, apart from that, I'm definitely very satisfied, I guess, of the path that I've been taking in terms of, the PhD seems to be going well. And
Yeah.
it was like a regular PhD. And
Yeah.
the other thing was,
Except for the fact that you now also have a job, very interesting and exciting job. I guess I wanted to kind of ask, like,
I just want to mention one other thing. Actually.
Yeah, please.
I was going to say, like, that I really enjoy, of course, doing this sort of computational research, right? Like, the works. I think that's something that, for the longest time I tried to do this sort of hands-on research. And I guess that's just something that, just doesn't maybe work as well for me. But then the computational stuff, it's very flexible, but I can still get a lot of my work done wherever I am. And it's really nice, especially, during the pandemic, all the other students, they couldn't complete any of their research and they shut down, right? So, but I managed to still, continue with my research, actually.
Absolutely. But also, like, computational work, like, we create stuff that didn't previously exist out of raw code, and we can create lots of things and we can try them and we can compare them. And it's like such a act of creation, and creating things is just magnificent. That's how I feel about it.
Yeah, it's again, like, I think it's always good to, like, get external perspectives on these sort of things because, like, as I do the research, like, it just feels like, oh, is this the research that I do on a day-to-day basis? And it's like, okay, this is what I'm doing. And, like, I'm also, like, analyzing the results. It's like, oh, this is not perfect. And, like, this is issues here and there's issues there. And, like, oh, I got to figure out how to improve it. But then there's this project I'm working on with some collaborators, and I'm showing these results to the collaborators, and they're like, this is amazing. And this is, like, stuff that wasn't possible before. And, like, this is, like, you couldn't really get, these sorts of images ever, right? Like, because this collaborator that we're working with, and it's like actually doing in vivo imaging, or kind of like, it's not necessarily in vivo, it's like during a surgery, doing imaging and stuff like that.
Right.
And it's like, getting the same sorts of images that you get with the standard pathology workflow and doing that sort of conversion, like you mentioned, going from this sort of cheap and easy approach that you can do within the surgery to this more expensive approach that you could never do within a surgery. And it's
it's nice for me because I, as you know, was somewhat accidentally doing similar things to you, but at the Salk Institute, again, kind of microscopy, image reconstruction stuff. And same thing, like the folks that we worked with took that work and literally mapped a brain connectome, as just like, wow, that's, nobody's ever seen that before.
Yeah. So it's like that kind of aspect, like, and take a step back and, like, no one has been able to do this before, or, like, no one has seen this sort of thing before.
Right.
So then especially when you hear that external input and feedback from people, then you kind of realize it. But, on a day-to-day basis, it's hard to kind of,
well, it is, because particularly on a day-to-day basis, training deep learning models is extremely tedious and frustrating.
Yes.
It is for me.
It is frustrating and tedious, and then also a lot of the work I do is like working with images and, like, so, like, this sort of approach that I take with the research, and I think this is again an approach that Dr. Levinson has also, like, really pushed for, is kind of focused on the data, and, like, he always likes to say garbage in and garbage out, which is a common saying. So, there's a lot of focus on the data and making sure the data is the best quality, And so a lot of my work also involves working with the data and just analyzing the data and, cleaning up the data and things like that. And so that's a lot of tedious work in that aspect of things as well. There's definitely a lot of tedious work that goes into it. And sometimes it's not as maybe flashy as, inventing a new method altogether and things like that, but it still has a useful impact and, has a useful application at the end. So yeah, I think that definitely motivates me that, you do get something that, could have a difference. And, that doesn't necessarily need to be with flashy new architectures. It can be with, sometimes boring architectures. Like the CycleGAN is actually a very old architecture, but it works surprisingly well, especially when you give it the right data. And so those are the sorts of things. It's like, giving it the right data, what other picks can we use, things like pre-training, stuff like that.
Yeah.
Sorry, these are bad words that I'm, saying. But
and what's like, I'm kind of like, curious, thinking as a parent, what's kind of like, your parents, particularly your mom, were heavily involved in teaching you stuff, and your mom was there at the community college, during the theology with you, whatever. Have you been like taking them along for the ride? Like, do they know what CycleGANs are and stuff like that? Are they like, or how much are they telling them about your research?
Yeah. I talked to them about it. So they definitely have an idea. I don't think they maybe fully understand the nitty-gritty details. But sometimes they'll joke, all you talk about is about CycleGANs and all the different words that I talking about in my research, and like they'll be sometimes joking about it. But I do.
It's probably easier for them to appreciate your sister's work than your work, I guess.
Yeah, that's definitely true. That is a good point. Yes, no, I think that is definitely very true. Yeah, that's yeah. But then I still also practice sometimes my presentations with my parents. Like sometimes I will still practice. I've done that since I was very young, and I still do that. So they certainly have an understanding of kind of the general ideas of my research, but not, of course, of the nitty-gritty details. But I think they're also kind of amazed, and I also they of course give a lot of the sort of external feedback, that they're also very amazed by what I'm doing, and it's like, again, it's like,
and do you kind of
way, but then it's like, okay, maybe it is kind of interesting, but I feel like this is like normal, and and sometimes I'm also feel like I'm not doing enough, right? Like I want to do more, and I always want to do more, but they're like, you've done a lot already. And it's like, sometimes it's nice then to hear that, and then kind of take that step back and kind of realize that.
And have you been talking to them about have you been talking to them about joining Stability and ideas around what?
I talk to them about all these things and everything I'm involved in, and they're there to provide a lot of advice and and support, and they help me out a lot in that sort of aspect. So there's a lot of I'm lucky to have a lot of that family support, and I try to rely on that as much as possible if I can. So they're very proud and excited of what I'm doing at Stability as well. And they've been they've also they're just also very excited as well.
So are you kind of almost at a new stage now? It feels like from what I've heard you say both in interviews when you were younger and today and chatting to you, you had this long running dream, of medical biological research, get a PhD, and in March or whenever that will be done. Does that feel kind of completing a certain stage of your life, and did you always have dreams about what happens after that, or are you now kind of moving into uncharted territory, or how does that feel?
So So I don't know, maybe like, I've definitely mentioned in the past that I want to go to medical school, right? And then that was like something like that's something I'm still. So the reason, of course, I want to go to medical school is to make an impact with medical research and still in that avenue. But I've been thinking, I've kind of think about that, and if that's something I want to still do, and I think I've been kind of like talking to people about that now. So like, I mean, I'm certainly going to take like a couple years off. I think, 1 or 2 years definitely, like as a break. But if I am going to go to medical school, yeah,
You mean a couple of years off study?
exactly, yeah, because when I get to medical school again, another like, it's a lot of memorizing and more studying, and I've done that for I don't know for a very long time.
Right. And also, medical school is very specifically, like in a lot of ways, it is a trade school, which is teaching the trade of being a doctor, which is not really what you're trying to do.
I mean, I guess the thing is, I guess part of me believes that like that is certainly an important skill to have if you want to kind of maybe understand, what things need improvement and need change in the field. And I think it's also like the way I've always thought about it is like if I'm a practicing doctor, then I get to have more hands-on experiences with patients and understand better the sort of challenges that patients are facing. But then, of course, there's also that aspect, like maybe you don't need to do that. You can just talk to doctors and talk to patients, and maybe that's not a requirement. So I'm still trying to figure out maybe what is the best.
It almost reminds me of like me now being a homeschooling dad and trying to learn about teaching. And I spend dozens and dozens and dozens of hours listening to interviews with teachers. And like I hear them describing their challenges and frustrations and processes and whatever. And yeah, it's not the same as going to, to school to learn to be a teacher and then practicing being a teacher. But
the difference,
in terms of like percentages, like 1% of the work or 50% of the upside or something, I don't know.
And again, I think the difference is you're still doing the teaching, right? You're doing the teaching with your daughter, right?
That's true. I am. Yeah.
So you're still having that hands-on experience, and you have that experience to kind of learn from.
Yeah. And I guess I have more expertise in teaching my daughter than anybody else in the world.
Exactly.
Nobody else has
right?
spent time teaching.
And so, well, yeah, like I was saying, like, yeah, I think, I mean, as you said that, you are, of course, the expert in teaching your daughter. And I think, like, to a certain extent, doctors are the expert in, treating their patients. I think there is value potentially in going to medical school and becoming a doctor. There may also be value in going to medical school and not necessarily becoming a doctor, but still that process of going to a medical school. I've seen people who've done that, and they seem to make a huge impact. I think recently I heard a talk by someone from Stanford who did that sort of process, and he's done, he went through medical school and then he went into industry and, in the form of several startups, creating medical devices and getting them to clinic. And he's now a professor at Stanford, teaching those sorts of same principles. But like, he clearly got a lot of value also out of that medical knowledge. So I think, I guess, it's something that I'm trying to explore right now and figure out what is the best path. And then similarly, it is also something I have to figure out what to do right after I, finish my PhD, because the medical school stuff is, a couple years down the line, but the PhD, after PhD is just 6 months down the line. So I'm trying to figure that out right now too.
Yeah.
So I have,
So what's the kind of like
options? Sorry?
What's the North Star or whatever that's guiding you in these thoughts? What does, where do you want to be in 10 years or 20 years or 40 years?
Yeah. That's not like, it's certainly true. Like, I think, like, that's something kind of like, I mean, I just want to be able to make an impact, right? So I think it's part of it is like, getting something to the clinic is kind of my goal in life. Just having something that, is
something that's helping people to not be sick Is that
exactly? Yeah. So I think there's many paths to that. So it's just like what may be the best path for me, personally. There's of course, academia, which has its advantages, but also many disadvantages. There's of course industry. Again, there's a lot of, again, this is a similar situation. There's still disadvantages and advantages with industry. So it's kind of weighing those.
Yeah.
And then
I mean, if I could add my perspective, because in a sense, my question's not quite fair, because I feel like it's like asking somebody what their favorite color is. We don't actually necessarily have a favorite color. And when you're younger, I think a lot of us do as kids have what do you want to be when you grow up? But actually, at least for me, I got to a point where what I really want to do is capture opportunities as they come along, and from moment to moment, be living my best life with an overarching thesis, and my thesis is very much about kind of accessibility and fairness and, opportunities for everybody, and lack of gatekeeping. And then, I think about where are my skills and what can I do at the moment? And, so I just wanted to mention, I don't feel like you have to, have some 20-year plan.
Opportunities that you want to catch, right? Because stability is kind of like one of those opportunities, because stability,
yes, exactly.
I didn't know it existed a year ago. And it's kind of funny, a year ago.
So StabilityAI is a company which has just raised about $100 million.
Yes.
And it's basically doing exactly what you and I have been talking about with our research, generative modeling. So it's creating images, sounds, texts, whatever, that didn't previously exist, or reconstructing those things in interesting ways using deep learning. And the CEO is an ex-hedge fund guy named Emad, who's in the papers and New York Times podcast and whatever else. And so how did you find yourself at StabilityAI? Did you reach out to him? Did he reach out to you? Or
So again, it's just to kind of say how I knew about StabilityAI. I didn't know about StabilityAI say a year ago. I had seen a couple of things about it. I think for example, I think Catherine Carlson, who's one of the leading researchers in this field of AI art.
Yeah, she's amazing.
Image generation, stuff like that. I saw she was getting supported by StabilityAI, and that was the only thing I've seen about StabilityAI, basically, and the entire online presence at the time. This is in January of 2022. So basically the beginning of this year. And there was a part of that. There's no online presence of this company, but Imad was in the Discord servers. So, there's one of the Discord servers, which is Eluther.ai. This is, again, one of these sorts of...
So this is a popular text chat system. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, this is a kind of a, the Discord server was mostly focused on, deep learning research. The Eluther.ai is known for some of their sorts of... they have developed some of these sorts of open source versions or kind of replications of models like GPT-3 and things like that, these sorts of, again, generative models, but this was more focused on text instead of images. So they have done actual solid research, and I think some of the data sets that they've created data sets, and I think these data sets are actually used by a lot of these industry labs and things like that even now. So I was, I've been hanging around in that server, talking about research and other sorts of things. And so I think at this point, I was specifically looking for GPU resources. Oh, and actually, it's funny that I mentioned that, because we never actually talked about, the sort of support that, was given through what you had provided, actually, right? Because originally a lot of my research was provided, the support in terms of like compute resources and GPU resources, and also some expertise was provided through this organization that Jeremy leads, VAMRI. He led this at USF, and so actually that was kind of when we met with Dr. Lemonson, and talking about research. That was kind of the outcome of that meeting in terms of me working with them.
I have an idea about that, by the way, which I'll talk to you about after our interview, perhaps.
Yeah, that'd be great to talk about. But anyway, so, I got a lot of support from there in terms of compute resources and GPUs, because that's, of course, a huge limiting factor in terms of AI research. But you can still...
Yeah, the computers are expensive.
Yeah, GPUs are expensive. But even if you have a few good GPUs, you can still do a lot of great research. I mean, I'm not using thousands of GPUs actually in my own research. I'm just using a few GPUs. They're still high-end GPUs. And so some people may find, it's a very expensive, but it's still nothing compared to the thousands of GPUs used to train these huge models. But I think, so yeah, I got some of that support through VAMRI. They were providing those resources. And then I also worked with some great people there. Andrew Shaw, who was, again, I think he's also a FastAI alumnus. And also Daniel O'Connor, he was a professor at USF. So I was working with them, and that was a very great collaboration. But then unfortunately, the VAMRI, I guess, arrangement kind of had to shut down. So then I was able to find another short-term grant for a few months, and then that lasted till January. And so now I still need resources for compute to complete my research. So I kind of just messaged in the chat, oh, I'm running out of compute. I don't know what I'm going to do. And I was just kind of a general message or something like that. And then he just replies.
He being Ahmed.
He replies with a single wave emoji. And he was oh, hello. What are you, why are you waving? Is there something that you can help out with? And it was yeah, we can provide GPUs. And he was, and so then we started DMing, and he was talking about StabilityAI and what their goals were. And he was, he said that he can provide GPUs for our research. And also he even offered to then support my own research and, provide a fellowship. And that, because he said that's something that a program that he was starting is, providing these PhD fellowships to researchers in AI. So I was one of the first folks to receive that fellowship. I think it was the second, actually. And so he provided that to me as well. And so this was, back in January, February or so. And so since then, I've actually, been kind of involved in knowing what's going on and kind of helping out here and there, not officially an employee, but getting support now through the compute, but then also through the through the fellowship. But of course the fellowship was specifically for my PhD and those stuff. And so since then I've been involved, and I knew some things were happening, and I was like, oh, this is kind of cool, what's going on here. And then, the whole stable diffusion stuff started happening and picking up. And this was by then it was July and August. And it was you know what, I think I might want to join this company and help out and actually be part of this. So that I joined in I think August, September.
Yeah, it's definitely history being made in real time.
Yeah. So it was very exciting because he's the kind of guy who's he's very down to earth in terms of it's not like he's you think he's an ex hedge fund manager, and he's he's the CEO of this big company, kind of nowadays it's big company, he's getting interviews by all these people, you don't really he's still very down to earth and talks to everyone, and he's very active in some of his Discord servers, and will talk to folks about stuff, and so that's how I first interacted with Discord server, and then it's kind of interesting to see everything kind of play out, and my involvement in that as well. So it's very exciting, and I'm very lucky to have discovered this and be supported by him as well, and by StabilityAI. So very, very exciting.
Let me ask you something at a more meta level, which is, it's It's interesting that you mentioned that, as a very young child, you had an IQ test and you performed highly on that. And, so there's obviously this intelligence thing going on. But like, interestingly, from my point of view, in working with you, I wouldn't say the thing that most stands out is like, wow, he's way smarter than everybody, but actually, wow, I don't know if exactly work ethic's the right word, but your way of working is better than most people I work with. Like, you reliably tend to follow through on the things that you say you're going to do at more or less the time you say you're going to do them. You, generally speaking, don't express opinions about things with which you're unfamiliar, and when there's a paper or whatever that comes out, you actually read it before you start talking about it. Like, these are all things that sound normal and obvious, but they're not at all. Like, very few people actually read the papers, and very few people actually do the things that they say they're going to do at about this time they say they're going to do them. And like, I really enjoy that about working with you, because I feel like I can actually have, sensible conversations that are fact-based and are going to have follow-up. And so it's kind of interesting to me that you're clearly a bit of an outlier on two axes that don't necessarily correlate, which is something about kind of, hard work and reliability and no bullshit, as well as intellect. So like, where does that kind of, getting things done and actually doing the reading and or, the fact that you have this like paper reading group and you make sure it happens each week and you make sure that there's somebody to present and you it's again, it's not rocket science, but as somebody, I'm normally the person who organizes things because nobody else does. So it's nice for me to discover somebody else in the world who actually does things reliably as well. I don't know. Like, where do you feel like this is coming from? Is this something that you've worked hard to make happen, or is this just natural to you? Or,
well, first of all, I personally, I feel like I'm not a hugely organized person, so like it's kind of interesting to hear that, to be honest.
I mean, I'm not either, but like, it's just a case of like just doing the things you say you're going to do. You don't have to be terribly organized. You just, don't totally flake out,
I don't know, like, the thing is, like, also I feel like sometimes, like, there's like when you say, what do you mean by like doing what you say you do? Because like, I guess maybe, because like,
okay, so for example, you say, okay, we're going to have a paper club. It's going to be each week. This is the time it's going to be, well, that actually happens, and you, or you say like, I say like, oh, I want to interview you for a podcast. And you're like, okay, well, what time is it going to be? And you are there at that time and you make sure I don't know, like,
I mean,
simple things.
Teased time around a couple of times.
But it's like, it's follow through and definitely the papers thing. It's like, not many people read the papers really, but somehow still have opinions because of like something they read on Twitter or something. And you tend to be like, okay, yeah, I read the paper in this section. I saw this thing. I don't know. I think you're reliable and authentic and honest. And
because like oftentimes like there are a lot of projects, like, I feel like there's a lot, like I have a lot of projects, right? Like there's so many projects, and sometimes projects kind of, slip my mind, or, just kind of,
Sure.
they just become less priority. So like for that reason, oftentimes I feel like maybe I'm kind of flaky in certain aspects, but so that's what, like, I was asked.
I haven't experienced that, so maybe that's just
okay,
luck or something.
I'm just revealing my flaws now.
Well, I mean, no, I was just going to say, it's not a flaw. Like, it's like, that's part of prioritization. I think the key thing is the things that you It's not so much that you let them slip, but you make a conscious decision to deprioritize them, and that you clearly communicate that to the people involved, that this is not something I can work on right now. I haven't always been good at that myself, but it's something I want to be good at.
Yeah. So when you're talking about like flaking and stuff like that, I thought maybe that's what you're talking about. I was like, no, I'm not. I'm very bad at that kind of stuff. But in terms of like things like paper reading groups and stuff like that, I think part of it is like I guess there's like some aspect of it that's more like forcing myself to like have some accountability, I guess, or something like that. Whereas like,
how do you do that?
It's a paper reading group. There are people there. There's some expectation to have something for them.
I see.
So it was that. I think there's kind of that sort of aspect of things.
So by publicly stating this is going to happen, you're requiring yourself to follow through.
Exactly. I think that's kind of what happens.
I've got another hypothesis that I think might be related, which is, clearly you're somebody who just genuinely loves learning. And I am as well. I really very much am. But I'm not sure, it's that common to love learning as much as we do. There's almost nothing I would rather spend time with my daughter than anything else. But other than that, I just want to learn things. And I guess when that gives you a lot of joy, you put time into it.
Yes, I think there's certainly some of that. But in terms of I think a lot of it, in terms of the paper reading group, yes, I'm always that's an example where I think the thing was especially I created the paper reading group, someone was like, maybe we should have a diffusion model paper. Just to explain, it's again, a paper reading group that I am hosting every week, and it's about these sorts of image generation models. They're called diffusion models. Is the main model.
This is the new thing, not those old-fashioned cycle GANs that some people still talk about.
Exactly. Yeah. So someone was saying, yeah, we should have a study group, and I was like, sure, I'll do it. And the reason I decided to do it was because I felt like this is a good way to force me to actually read a lot of these papers, and otherwise it is tough to read, papers in, when there's so many, there's so much to do, and there's just a lot, there's, and there's so many papers to read. So I figured, this is just a good opportunity to kind of force myself to dig into the literature more. So I think part of it was just just giving, kind of, making these situations where I'm forced to, have this public accountability and get the work done. And so that's what just generally in terms of research and stuff like that too, I have often meetings with my professors, with my advisor, Dr. Levinson. I have a meeting at least once a week, sometimes twice or even 3 times a week, because then it's some form of accountability, okay, I have to have something to show to my advisor, and so I'll be able to do some experiments and show that. So it's just really helpful, and especially as I'm the kind of person that tends to procrastinate a lot, actually, and I don't think most people realize that.
No,
it's actually it's so funny because
it's interesting you say that, because I feel the same way about myself, and yet I'm somebody who is on the other end of this, almost this exact question, which is people often how do you get so much work done? And I was thinking that
question people ask me too, and I'm I've gotten this question asked many several times, and I'm I don't honestly, I'm surprised I'm able to do this as well. I
probably shouldn't be asking you the question that I can never answer for myself.
I'm always telling people how I don't if I were better at time management and stuff like that, I probably would accomplish so much more. So so there's definitely that aspect of things. So also having the accountability definitely helps. At least it will get done. I'm still going to probably procrastinate on it a bit. So even a lot of these this paper reading group, I'm preparing it the night before, and so the thing is
yeah, I'm meant to be presenting at tomorrow's paper reading group, and I have not prepared anything at this point.
Maybe we should give you some time to do so.
I'll bring it.
Yeah, But the thing is, like, I've noticed, like, I think I realized, like, okay, so, like, I tend to, like, I do realize I tend to have, like, a faster comprehension in terms of, like, I can read some paper and, like, understand it fairly quickly. And I know a lot of people tend to struggle with that. And like a lot of things I can read read it and I can understand it very quickly. And so that's how like even with my procrastination, I'm somehow able to manage. It's not the best situation to be in, to be honest, but like somehow able to, I manage because like I can still pick up, like, so I think if in terms of like overall, like, so like I'd overall tell people like what I tell is like, I'm certainly like, I will admit that, I'm kind of above average, right? Is it something that, I will say I'm not the kind of person who likes to brag about these sorts of things, but I will admit, like, maybe I'm somewhat above average. Of course, and I think that the main one, of course, I think the main things that I'm pretty good at would be things like memory, in terms of like quickly memorizing stuff, and comprehension. So I think those two things really help in terms of this sort of quick learning and, these sorts of stuff. But then I'd also say, like, and before I move on from the topic of, being above average or whatever, I think a lot of what I've been able to do is, of course, through hard work. And I think this goes back to your point about work ethic and stuff like this. The only way I've reached this level is mostly through hard work. I don't think this would be possible if I was just, if I didn't put any hard work into it. It's like a combination of definitely having some of those talents, but then also putting in a lot of hard work and a lot of sweat and blood and tears into this, and working at it for long time. And so that's definitely, that sort of work ethic is definitely something.
The tenacity seems critical, and rare.
I think so. I think, so I think also that's something I've, definitely learned from, my parents, and I think they've kind of brought me up in that sort of, those sorts of values in terms of hard work and like, never taking these sorts of things, these sorts of talents for granted, and, putting in the hard work that is necessary. So that's everything. Like, people are like, oh, you're so smart, everything must come easy to you. There's certainly some aspects that, there's some comprehensive stuff that does come easy, but a lot of it is still hard work that I have to still put effort into. So it's not like everything comes easy to me, just, automatically. There's still some aspect that, there's a lot of work that goes into it. That's like something like that's sometimes kind of, irritates me. Oh, it's just, everything must be so easy for you. And it's like, no, it's not. It's like,
yeah, exactly.
In certain aspects, I'm still, like, there's still like work you have to do. It's like, it's not like you can avoid doing. There's stuff you just can't avoid, right? You have to like put in the effort to finish your homework problems, to write your essays, to, whatever projects you're working on, you still have to put in the effort. And so that's something that
and like, even though like, okay, for you, you're saying you seem to pick it up a bit faster than other people, but you're still starting with something that you didn't previously know, and that at first you don't understand, and then you have to struggle through and develop that understanding and then practice. And
exactly. Yeah. I mean, when I say like even picking it up quickly, I mean, that's just to say like, I can pick up, the first, like, let's say if your best comprehension of the material is 100%, you can pick up maybe the first, 70%. I can pick that up pretty quickly, but then, to get that remaining 30% in, you still have to put in the work, right? So it's more of like, I definitely am able to get a kind of a general gist and grasp of what's going on in a particular field or a particular paper or whatever. But obviously, if you want to, truly understand it, you do have to put in more work. So like, especially with this field of like diffusion models and stuff, I've been there, even some of the original papers, I still will go back and read. Like, I mean, I understand the general gist, but there's still certain aspects that you want to like really, to fully understand that those papers, like to fully understand that field. There's still certain parts that I still am studying. And then of course there's other aspects of it in terms of putting it into practice. Like, in the case of these models and these sorts of deep in deep learning in general, you have to code it up and you have to actually experiment and try it out. And so, there's also that aspect of things that also helps solidify your knowledge. And there's really no way around that except you have to do that. So there's no way around those sorts of things. And, that provides, this sort of different knowledge that you can't get anywhere else. You have to do this work.
Yeah, it is. It's hard work, and it's difficult. And like, I feel like that's the biggest difference I see between people I know that are extremely effective and those who are less effective is the people who keep doing it. Like for me personally, I actually don't find I pick things up faster than most people, but I seem to stick with things longer than most people. And I also seem to be more like prepared to keep digging and digging. It's like yesterday when we were chatting in our little study group and I asked about a paper that actually is extremely basic. And I was like, I don't think I fully understand this yet, and I probably ought to. And just really took the time together to dig through it, which in some ways requires putting aside the embarrassment of saying like, I don't fully understand this fairly basic paper. But now I feel like I probably understand it better than a lot of people do, having taken that time with you guys to dig into it carefully.
And going back into understanding stuff, like obviously, teaching this material really, like I guess it's like the Feynman technique, right? The Feynman technique is try to teach it to other people and that also really helps. So like, especially with this sort of diffusion model stuff, like, I've just been practicing in so many different ways, right? Just through the, in terms of teaching this material, through the study group, through like the study group that I host, and then of course, the sort of study groups that we have together. And then,
well, that's what we were saying yesterday when we were chatting in our group. It's like we're learning ourselves diffusion modeling through diffusion processes of like doing it again and again in 1,000 different ways until eventually it makes its way into our brain.
Yeah. And so, I have that, that study group, these two study groups, then, the sort of, writing it out in code and trying to teach it in a different way, not just like from the paper, but from the code. And then like, also like I recently had this Twitter thread and it's like, that was a different experience. It's like, how do I teach it in in those limitations of Twitter? It's like an entirely different kind of a thought process. So, and then I've just kind of written down, in just different ways of explaining the same concept. Because I kind of actually really want to, understand diffusion models and kind of be actually an expert in that field, to be honest. So I just have been trying to like really dive deep in that for, I've been doing that for several months now and through all of these different, platforms. So I think overall teaching is something that actually in general, I'm kind of passionate about. But it's something like, I don't know, like, again, how good I am at it. It's something that I feel like I'm still trying to, get better at, especially, I think we've talked about this before. It's like something that, I'm the person kind of like, being the kind of person who grasps things fairly quickly, or again, as I talked about, grasp, the first 70-80% fairly quickly and kind of gets to that level quickly compared to other people. It's harder for me to like figure out like what exactly are the weak points or the sort of,
that makes teaching more difficult for you than other people, I would say.
Right. So, so that's something that, can be tough, but, again, I try to get a lot of external feedback when talking about these sort of things to figure that out. But that's something, but like, I really enjoy teaching and, that's another thing. Like, that's another thing, like going back to like, I keep changing topics here, but like going back to like, careers and things like academia and stuff like that, right? Like academia is another great opportunity to like, it is a good opportunity to teach and also.
I mean, it should be ideal, right? It's like it's teaching and doing research, but sadly, the structure of academia is a bit of a nightmare.
Yeah, it turns out like academia is weird because like it's teaching and research, but the environment doesn't, or like the sort of bureaucratic processes or administration does not, or like whatever it does not select for the best teachers and researchers, right? It mostly selects for like the best researchers, then of course those are like when you say best researchers, they're still like the researchers who get the most grants or whatever. They still like, there's still probably lots of great researchers who are, able to get those opportunities and stuff. Anyway, that's kind of a whole diversion, but like in terms of like even academia, I've had very bad professors, but then they're like amazing researchers in terms of like they've got a lot of grants and they've got a lot of papers and stuff, and that's the reason they're stuck. They stick around at these universities and they get high pay from these universities. It's because they're good. They have good research labs, but they are terrible at teaching. But unfortunately, some of them just don't care about improving the quality of teaching. But I think that even in academia, you do have at least. Like, if for someone who's interested in both teaching and research, it does seem like a good place to be in, and so that's why, like, even though I do know of a lot of the disadvantages of academia, I think there's also still some advantages for the sorts of things that I'm interested in. That being teaching and research. So that's why I'm still highly considering that as a potential pathway. But yeah, I'm just overall like also really excited about teaching and educational content. And I'm hoping I'm doing. I hope it's going well and that people are getting.
I mean, teaching is itself a whole, research field that one can study, and there's a lot of valuable research into how people learn and what teaching works well, and it's a really interesting field. And I've mainly been studying it. Mainly been studying it for teaching my daughter, but I studied it a little bit before for the Fast AI courses, but not nearly as much as I do now.
Yeah. I mean, I definitely think the Fast AI approach of like the sort of top down.
Oh, suddenly I can't hear you. Oh, now you're back.
Oh, sorry. Did something happen?
Yeah, just your top just have disappeared for 5 seconds.
Okay. Anyway, I was just saying, I was saying that like, I definitely think like the Fast AI approach of this top down and followed by the bottom up is really like a very, I don't know. It's a very good approach, I think. And I
like it. Yeah.
Sorry?
I like it.
Yeah. And like, I think like any sort of like material that, I mean, it's just like, it's definitely a hard thing to do. Like as a teacher, right? It's like hard to prepare that sort of material.
Very hard.
As a teacher, you kind of think about it from like, you want to start from the foundations and work your way up. And it's kind of hard to like change that kind of.
Also, we haven't seen many role models of teaching technical content top down, so we haven't experienced what that looks like very often.
Yeah. So it's, but yeah, I mean, it definitely does say something that like someone like me who generally does start from a sort of bottom up approach and, does fairly well with that bottom up approach. And even then I'm getting a lot out of the sort of top down approach.
That's cool.
So I think it's also like, it's not, I mean, I know a lot of people, struggle with the bottom up approach, and that's why
I do. Yeah.
Even as someone who does well with the bottom up approach, I think even then the top down approach is very helpful. Often.
Oh, that's really cool.
So that's I don't know where I was going with this, to be honest.
That's fine. I'm very interested in your thoughts. All right. I think we should consider wrapping things up, depending on like whether there's things, either life things or work things or thoughts you have that we haven't covered and you're interested in chatting about.
Nothing comes to mind, I guess. I mean, I don't know, like, whether I'm saying, or I guess maybe there were other misconceptions about child prodigies.
Oh, I would love to hear about that
Well, I know we discussed this before in terms of like, this is again kind of random, like we discussed it before, but like child prodigies, they tend to be, I mean, of course, again, even in this interview, we talked a little bit about like, child prodigies tend to be, sort of considered socially outcast, things like that. And we talked about that, but then also like, things like, they tend to be considered, maybe they're autistic and those sorts of aspects of things. And I mean, I just kind of like, I mean, I tell this to people like, even in other interviews and in other places, and when people ask me, it's like, I think I'm fairly normal, right? Like I didn't.
I think you're fairly normal. Yeah.
Whatever it's seen, yeah. And
Yeah, I mean, we've had literally that with our daughter sometimes, not that often, not that unusually. People literally ask, like, oh, does she have some, oh, she's quite advanced at school. Oh, does she have social problems?
yeah,
And like no. And they don't even almost seem to believe me. They keep talking as if she must, just because she's doing well at school.
I mean, there's like, I think some, research into like, the sort of, coincidence, like, the sort of thing where like, both, people who are smart and, they tend to have autism and these sorts of.
Yeah. 2E is the term that tends to get used, twice exceptional.
Oh, okay. Yeah. And so there's that. So then I think,
there is some correlation, but it's nowhere near 100%,
Yeah, exactly. If I remember correctly, at one point, like someone was like, I think there's like some research and they're like, so where was I? Oh, yeah, I was saying like, I think at one point, like there were some folks who were interested, I think researchers, in talking to us and things like that and studying us. But then they then they heard we're not autistic or something like this, and they're like, "Oh, we're not interested anymore." I think they were interested more in studying the the autistic part of things, and yeah. I mean, there's just generally a sort of like, I think, just overall sort of stereotypes about child prodigies, and hopefully, I've as I've lived my life, I think I kind of have went against those stereotypes, and hopefully,
well, I mean, stereotypes are a lazy cognitive shortcut, so it's very tempting and easy for people to put people into a bucket and then assign a whole bunch of things to them based on assumed group characteristics. But that prejudice is never good, because no groups of humans are, so identical.
Hopefully these sorts of experiences that people see, and hopefully, I mean, as you said, like, people are very complex and diverse, and it's not this, the stereotypes are not always applicable. And so, I think people should be more open to that. And then just generally, I think I was also just going to make some general points of like, obviously, hard, like we mentioned this before, hard work is always important. And then of course, at least I'm the kind of person who's very goal oriented. I don't know if that works for everyone, but for me, I've always thought it's useful to have a goal in mind and, work towards that goal. At least that's how it's worked for me. And honestly, I recommend people to at least explore that as something to try out. And then, I mean, of course, I'm very lucky, of course, to have a very supportive family. And I guess if there's any parents or any folks like that who are listening, I just would recommend to, keep, try, whatever you can do to, of course, support your children, and because you never know what could come out of it.
And more specifically, I think, like, I would say support your children in terms of what they're telling you they want, rather than what you think they ought to want.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, don't push them in terms of like, like I was never pushed, which is a good thing. Honestly, I feel like I mentioned this, but like there are many times when my parents were like, maybe you're pushing yourself too much, and it's like, honestly, there's also that aspect of things. Like, also, there's also needs to be sometimes trying to have those breaks, I guess, which is like, which, in this case, my parents are the ones who kind of provide that, I think. They if any, they never have really pushed me and everything. They were like, if anything, they want me to slow down a bit, I think. So I think, you don't want to push children, never really should be pushed, but they should be supported in what they're interested in and what they're passionate about. And of course, like, what you're passionate about and interested can change over time, but, you just kind of, whatever it is, it's worth supporting it. And so luckily, I've had all of that thanks to my parents and my family. So I mean, it's not just my parents, of course. Even my sister, was supportive. Comes along to all these classes and waits there and things like that. And even I try to be supportive with her, go to all of her performances and things like that. So that's also good that we're lucky to have that sort of family unit that's very supportive of each other. Yeah. So yeah. So yeah, that's mainly it. And of course, if you're interested in following me, you follow me on Twitter and stuff. And, I'm mostly on Twitter, and we'll see. I plan to. I'm interested in maybe expanding from just Twitter, for various reasons.
I bet.
But I mean, I really love Twitter as a platform in general. And I've met a lot of amazing people there. So
me too.
I want to stick to Twitter as much as possible, but also I think some diversification is still also good in general, right? They say that about finance, and they said about a lot of things, being diversified. And so I think that's probably also true in terms of my social media and my personal brand, probably. Yeah.
Well, Tanishq, this has been an absolute pleasure and absolutely fascinating. And I feel very, very privileged to have you as our first guest on this podcast. This amazing story and such thoughtful comments. I'm really grateful. And at all this time, so late at night, thank you so much.
Yeah, I don't know if people who are watching don't realize, but I tend to be a night owl, so this is totally fine for me.
What is the time for you now?
It is, let's see. Well, it's right now 3:00, but
3:00 in the morning. Okay, well,
yeah, it's not too bad.
Totally fine.
Yeah, but yeah, I was, this was a great experience, and I'm extremely honored to also be your first guest. I think it's kind of interesting it's an honor to kind of start you out with this new podcast, and I'm sure this podcast will be extremely successful. So I'm kind of honored to be the first guest that's crossed you out.
Thanks, mate. Awesome. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you, man. Bye-bye.